disclaimer that give me a moment to get the rest of my platforms going, and we'll be talking shortly. Going to be dealing with Trump's week in review. In the era of Trump, every week is a busy week. So, and this week was no exception. A lot of things happened this week. A lot of things happened this week. So, we're going to be talking about all of that. But with President Trump, there's so much that goes on so quickly. And thank you, Edic Von Edic. Vincent LaCroix, you were not first. Edic Von Edic is first. You're second. But yeah, in the era of President Trump, um, every week is a busy week. So give me a minute to get my other platforms going, and we should be going momentarily. Um, and get this here going. We're going to be talking. I mean, obviously, everybody knows that. What was his name? Don Lemon. Everybody knows that Don Lemon got arrested. Obviously, I think last weekend was when Alex Preddy lost his life. So that's been discussed all this week. All of this is part of Trump's weekend review. I mean, Bovino lost his job this week. They demoted Bovino and put in the Borders are Tom Homan. All of that shit happened this week. You know, the crazy, and I'm just thinking of what I can off of the top of the dome. I didn't, I mean, I got notes for our show today, but um, I didn't write all this stuff down. It's just amazing at how many things happen in any given week under the Trump administration. It's crazy. You know, they talk about Sleepy Joe Biden or whatever the case may be. Look, Sleepy Joe Biden is obviously meant to be an insult, but fact is, when you compare his level of output to President Trump, it does look like he's sleepy as shit. I mean, Trump gets a lot done in a week, whether you like it or not. Listen, I lean left politically, so I don't agree with a lot of things that Trump does, but I'm not going to deny that he does a lot in any given week, a whole lot. I mean, it's not even. I would say it's almost uncommon to have a week go by that Trump is not on television taking questions. Biden didn't do that. You didn't get anywhere near that kind of output out of President Biden. So, I mean, not only is he doing a lot of things, and I see the comments. HJM says he does a lot to destroy this country. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at and listen. A lot of folks do not agree with what Trump is doing. As I stated, I don't agree with a whole lot of the things he's doing. But I'm not here judging whether what he is doing is good or bad. I'm just simply saying, in the course of a week, President Trump gets a lot done. Gets a lot done. What else happened? In addition to Don Lemon, in addition to Tom Homan replacing Bovino, or the discussion on Alex Preddy, I'm trying to think what the government is shut down now. We now have the government shut down again. This is Trump 3.0 government shutdown. I mean, this is the third time the government has shut down under President Trump's watch. I think it's three. It may be more than that. It may be more than that. Somebody let me know in the comments, but he already holds the record for both the first and second longest government shutdowns in presidential history. He holds the record for both of those. So I don't know if this one will reach into the 30, 40 day range like the last one did. um I don't think anybody on the left or right wants a government shutdown to last that long. However, we're talking about funding DHS, and last time was it Hakeem Jeffries, or better yet Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Schumer, who many folks suggest caved to the Republicans. Thank you there, James Harper. Yeah! Appreciate the hat and mustache. James, I always appreciate your support in the program. Thank you very much for that hat and mustache. Um, we're talking about funding DHS. And after a few weeks in Minneapolis, ICE is very unpopular with Democrats. Now the Republicans favor what has happened in Minneapolis. by a mile. Most Republicans favor it. Now, listen, there's some Republicans that do not like what happened with Alex Pretty, but for the most part, what ICE is doing in Minneapolis, what they're doing in Minnesota, the right is very happy with that. But as I said, more funding the DHS that's they're talking about in this new bill, you're not going to get a lot of left that say they would. Now, the big beautiful bill, though, I believe the big beautiful bill covered a ton of money to ICE and immigration officials for up to what, 2029 or something like that. Maybe you can let me know on a year and we can finagle with it. But I think ICE has a ton of money coming for a while. So we're going to talk about certainly the week in review under President Trump. I'm trying to think what else. I mean, there's just been so much shit. So much shit. Not only with Alex Pretty losing his life, but then all of the subsequent statements from the likes of Christy Nome and Stephen Miller called the guy an assassin. All of this stuff. We've covered many of these things on previous programs, but this is a weekly review we're going to be doing. And I do want to ask you guys something because I think this is concerning with the Democrats talking about how great they expect the midterms to go. Handsome Conservative says, Biboni Barbardi, boo, this money is for your support, your local liberal. First part of that was kind of difficult to read. Thank you, Handsome Conservative. Appreciate that. So I want to, we come with clips on many shows, and today is no exception. I'm going to lead you down a path because it is, Democrats have high expectations. Democrats have high expectations for the midterms. However, I want you to hear a couple things. And we'll start out with a couple videos I want to play, and then I'll tell you where this is leading.
This is Breaking the News. I'm Janice Shortle. I want you to listen to this sentence from Chief Federal Judge Patrick Schlitz in the state of Minnesota today. He said ICE has likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence, end quote. Judge Schlitz wrote that in a court order late this afternoon that canceled a big hearing tomorrow, but definitely made it plain that ICE is on thin ice in his court. Judge.
Problem here. They're violating court orders. There's no enforcement. There's no enforcement of what I'm talking about. I want you to hear another clip. This one is a bit older, and you probably are aware of it, but it goes along the same ideology.
Says he's found probable cause to hold the Trump administration in criminal contempt of court. Fox 8 Sharon Crowley's live in the newsroom to break it all down for us. And Sharon, there's a lot to unpack here.
There certainly is fast-moving developments in this case. A federal judge now wants the immigrants deported to El Salvador returned so they can face due process here in the U.S. Also, Attorney General says that the Maryland man who may have been wrongfully deported will not be brought back.
Now, that's another issue in regards to them suggesting that Trump violated. That was with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He was big news towards the end of last year. They tried, they sent him to CCOT. He ended up being brought back. They tried to deport him again. It was back and forth. Currently, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is still in America. The judges finally prevented them from constantly trying to deport this guy. But you do hear here, they put him on a plane. A judge, and thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate that, Cedric Haney. Thank you very much. They put him on a plane, and the judge had ordered that he had to be given due process, and they ignored the order and just flew him on down to El Salvador. Ultimately, he ended up being brought back. But the point I'm making here is the Trump administration has a history of defying court orders.
President Trump's massive tariffs are illegal, and he cannot keep them in place if they were rolled out under emergency powers. That ruling coming from a 3-judge court focused only on international trade. The Trump White House now has 10 days to give the court a plan to end reciprocal tariffs, but not all tariffs are blocked. The administration does plan to appeal, and the president could also ask Congress for tariff approval.
So that's enough of the clips. I think you get the point. The Trump administration violates court orders like eating candy. We talked about ICE violating over 100 court orders according to one of the judges. And somebody in the comments said ICE did not violate any court orders, you idiot. Look, Don't blame it on me. Blame it on the judge. I'm just simply playing with the judge. So somebody's calling me an idiot for suggesting that Trump is violating court orders. No, the judges are saying that. Obviously, the deportation flights, once again, and judicial appointees are saying he violated court orders. Release of the Epstein files. We were supposed to have all of those files in their entirety by the end of December. Once again, the Trump administration has not done that. And a lot of the stuff they have released has been heavily, with emphasis on heavily, redacted. Once again, violating more orders. And last but not least, we're on TikTok, among the other platforms you're currently watching me on. Congress had also ordered that TikTok be taken down. Trump ignored that, ultimately negotiated a deal, and we're still here. But he did go on beyond what Congress had voted on to take TikTok down and just did his own thing. So the point we're making is Trump does not really take court orders seriously. And there's a host of others he has been violating too. I'm sure many of you folks can come up with all sorts of court orders you've heard Trump violated that have nothing to do with what I just discussed. Even during his own trials, the judges were saying he was violating orders. I'm sorry says the Hanson conservative says, I'm sorry what is happening with deportation. Well, if the person is in the country illegally, Hanson conservative, I think Americans voted, particularly bad hombres, as Trump often says. I think most Americans want bad hombres out of the country. It's just the Trump administration has not been happy with just getting rid of bad people. It's pretty clear they want to get rid of everyone that's here undocumented and many people that are here legally. There are plenty of legal migrants that are in this country. They want to get rid of them too. So they went way beyond just deporting bad hombres. But the point I'm making here with the violation of court orders is something I want to ask you folks, particularly my folks on the left, but my beloved MAGA, you can answer this as well. I think MAGA is going to be happy with this, but for you folks on the left that feel confident the Democrat Party is going to do very well with the midterms, my question is, how do you know President Trump is going to follow the normal procedure if a host of Democrats win and actually appoint them to Congress? You can do very well in the midterms, but if they refuse to swear those folks in, they're just sitting on the bench. So he's clearly shown that they don't follow tradition in a million ways. In a million ways, whether it's running for office and not submitting his taxes. The guy don't even have a dog. The guy doesn't go to church like the typical president. He does not follow traditions. I'm talking about the normal traditions. But I'm also referring to the legal ones as well, such as not following court orders. So I'm asking you folks, particularly on the left, that are, imagining some celebration in the first week of November by winning the midterms. What happens if he just does not appoint the folks who won in the office and claims every Democrat victory was a fraudulent victory? What are you going to do about it? You think Pam Bondi is going to take the lead and prosecute and stop him from doing it? So I want you folks to understand that the midterms may not actually be a body of water in the middle of a desert. It could actually be an oasis. It could actually be a mirage, rather. It could actually be a mirage. A lot of Democrats are seeing that as a body of water in the middle of the desert during a period of desperation and certainly thirst. That could actually be a mirage in the Trump administration. Looking in the comments, I'm sorry. I saw that already. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. But he says, don't give them any ideas. You think they don't already have this idea, Joey Bones? You think I'm the first person to suggest this? Trump does not adhere to court orders. I think that is pretty clear. In the comments, Cornbread says, how is that legal? None of this shit is legal. Not following court orders is not legal. Yet he's having a resounding amount of success doing it. So I do want to remember there was an Arizona representative that was elected in an off year, and Speaker of the House what is his name, Mike Johnson or whatever, they just refused to put her in. He just said, well, right now during the shutdown, we're not going to swear her in. He clearly could have swore her in. He just chose not to do it. What if they pick another reason to choose not to swear folks in? There's currently an investigation into how all these Democrats ran. We're alleging fraud. Until the investigation is over, we're just not going to swear them in. Who's the hierarchy that's going to hold them accountable? You think Pam Bondi's going to step up and say, no, you can't do that if a judge rules and says they can't? You think the Supreme Court? So I do want to talk to you folks about that consistently seem to think you're going to find water to quench your thirst in the midterms. Could actually be a mirage. So also, in addition to that, and I know that definitely didn't make anybody's day, particularly on the left. I probably just pissed on a bunch of parades by saying that, but I do want you guys to enter the midterms with realistic expectations. President Trump is a fighter. He's going to go out swinging. Understand that. He's going to go out swinging. And when I say he's a fighter, I'm talking about picking up bar stools, kicking you in the nuts, and biting. He is a fighter. He's going to go out kicking and swinging with whatever he can pick up. If he can pick up a way to violate how the Democrats won, he'll pick that weapon up and swing that. So understand that this may not be a matter of overwhelming votes for Democrats equals victories for Democrats. There's other weapons out there, such as just simply not following the orders of the people. In addition to that, I want to talk to you folks about something that has been proposed for today. I don't know what value it is, but I want to hear from you folks. The Pretty and Good national strike. Apparently, they're calling for a national strike. This is basically to oust ICE. They're going against the Trump administration. They're suggesting that basically stop all business and commerce. Stop all business and commerce. So they don't want they don't want you going to shopping today. This is supposed to be happening. They don't want you going to shopping today. They don't, if you got school or anything, they don't want any type of business or commerce happening. I see in the comments, Deuce says it's already starting in Georgia. By way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you are participating in this? Yes or no in the comments. How many of you are participating in this today? No business or commerce. Any of you folks, Gangsta Grandma, I see you. Nope, I'm going out tonight. Holla, says Theodore Meeker. I was about to go to the movies today. Guess what I was going to see? Somebody in the comments, you should know. I thought about going to the movies today, but guess what film? A lot of people don't go to the movies anymore. Everything's being watched on Amazon, Netflix, and things like that. You're right, Theodore Meeker. I was going to go see Melania. I do want to see it. I know there's a huge boycott. I know absolutely nobody's on the left. But listen, I'm political. I like to hear, what's going on in the world politically. She's the first lady. I do want Ash of North Carolina says, damn, man. And Gangsta Grandma calls me a sellout for wanting to see Melania. I just want to see political films. I mean, I have their books. I mean, I got Michelle Obama's book over here. Clinton's book is over here. I got talking points from George Bush's next to me right here. Books from Chris Christie. I mean, I like politics. Melania Trump is part of that theater. She's part of that history. Now, Cornbread said bootlegging. Do they still do that? Do they, back in the day, you lived in the hood, you go to the currency exchange or you go to the barber shop or something, and dude come in with a whole backpack full of CDs and you can buy more. Does that still happen? Nowadays, when you can get everything on social media, I haven't bought a bootleg in a long time. Anyway, certainly we'll talk about this briefly and whether or not you believe this national strike will have any impact whatsoever on the Trump administration. Now, many on the right are going to say it's not going to matter, but understand President Trump, the one that allegedly runs the country like a business, money does matter to Trump. When you start fucking with his economy, he does come out of the woodwork. So if this does actually take place, and obviously some of his own associates and wealthy friends will look, I'm hurting financially, do something about this. So if it goes far enough, don't just automatically assume it's not going to work, because Trump does listen to big changes in finances and the economy. Last but not least, government shutdown 2026. We're gonna just speculate here. Right now it's in the first few hours, day one. The last one was like 30 some odd days, was it? Or did it even reach 40? Just speculating. How many days you think this will last? Maybe it'll be over with Monday, meaning it only lasted 2 days. Put in the comments how many days you think this will last this time. 30. James Harper, you think this will last a whole month? They're making it sound like this one won't last that long. 30. Kami Killer, that's a hell of a name. Kami Killer says it won't end. What do you think we're going to be? The government's going to be shut down for 3 years? Remember when I say violating court orders? I think Trump would just open it up and say, fuck the Democrats. If it went on too long, I think Trump would just say it's a matter of national security for the nation. He'd just open it up and say, fuck the Democrats. Go call Pam Bondi. Have me arrested. Understand, violating court orders means Trump has more power than any president you've ever encountered. Trump is probably more powerful than any other president, likely besides George Washington. Because they were just they wanted George Washington to be a king. He turned it down. So other than George Washington, Trump is probably the most powerful president America's ever had. And last but not least, we're going to be talking about the good and bad of President Trump. I want to hear from you folks. We'll celebrate the things you believe he's done that's good, and we'll certainly discuss the things that you feel that he hasn't done well. And some of those, listen, for some folks who say there's nothing good, he secured the border, gas prices are fairly stable and acceptable. Nobody's really complaining about gas prices. Obviously, the Lincoln Rally Act, Maduro's out of power. We can talk about the tariffs, NATO's contributions to their war efforts, their military efforts have went up. There are good things to point out about President Trump. It's not all bad unless you really just hate the guy. So we're going to talk about all of that. You guys know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are MAGA friendly. We've always been MAGA friendly. We always will be MAGA friendly. Liberals are welcome on the program as well. Our comments go left of Mom Donnie to I'm having dinner with Q. So everybody gets to speak. You can be critical of anyone on this program, including yours truly. That's how free speech works. Nevertheless, looking in the comments, and by the way, tap the screen, get us up to 20,000. And TikTok is, or better yet, Arletha is advising me to encourage the viewers to share it live. I don't normally do that, but please do that. It does help out the algorithm, helps out the show, and does not cost you a cent to do so. So share it live. I just waited my 3 years. What do you mean by that, Cornbread? Tap the screen, by the way, though. Get us up to 20,000. We'll take the first caller. Looking in the box, GE bringing Sun back from China, but there's been so many layoffs. But he's saying they're bringing jobs back or something to that nature. You don't know how badass it is for you to do this, man. Most don't have the balls. I'll take that as a compliment. You'd have to give me more of an explanation on what I'm doing, but I do appreciate that. I do believe in free speech from everyone. So we don't block, ban, or censor anyone based on their commentary. Doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. So we'll go ahead and get into the show. We have 3 more years of this craziness, says Cornbread. Could be less, could be a lot more. Point being, if Trump loses in the midterms and things go traditional like the Democrats think they are, you don't have 3 more years of craziness, because Trump will essentially be a lame duck and a lot of his policies will be blocked by Congress and possibly a Democrat Senate. So you don't have 3 years. But when I say possibly a lot more, if Trump does what I just stated, claim that all the Democrats won by fraud and prevent them from taking office, and certainly maybe even try to get reelected in 2028, you could be dealing with this for a long time. So it's really in the hands of President Trump, because at the end of the day, the level of enforcement against him doing anything outside of tradition is virtually non-existent. We'll go straight to the box now, and we'll start the program off with the one and only James Harper. Good evening, James, or better yet, good afternoon. Welcome to the program, James. So What do you think about what I said? The idea that the Democrats are expecting this huge victory in the midterms. Do you feel confident? And thank you, Gangsta Grandma. Do you feel that was a hell of a galaxy? Do you feel confident that the Democrats are going to do this?
I think it's going to go traditionally, but I don't think Trump is going to play fair. He's already tried rigging congressional districts to try and get more seats. So to say that he's not going to try doing more shit, like you just saw what his people did down in Georgia, they went and raided a election office.
The voter rolls. So if he doesn't play fair, and thank you, Gangster Grandma, for that. Yeah. So if he doesn't play fair, then should the Democrats be a bit hesitant to celebrate ahead of time?
What they need to do is they need to find some way of getting these damn judges to do their damn job.
Well, the problem is, even if the judges do their damn job, as you're suggesting, if there is no enforcement, okay, if you violate a court order, you're normally held in contempt, and a judge can even lock you up as a citizen. But as a president, if the judge holds you in contempt and they want some sort of enforcement to be taken against you, they got to get Pam Bondium to do it. And you know the Justice Department under Pam Bondi is not likely to impose any real severe penalties on President Trump. And thank you, Gangster Grandma. I certainly appreciate that. Wow. So, I mean, what avenue do the Democrats have if they just say fuck the law?
And at that point, it's up to our military to do their job.
The military?
Yes.
Wow. And what would you expect from that avenue? Now we're talking about civil unrest.
Well, it's going to be civil unrest. You know it's going to be. Once you go against what the people wanted, you know they're gonna start cutting up. And he's going to try to send the military in to stop them. And the military's got to do their job and say, no, we're not going to stop them because you're wrong.
Do the opposite? If Trump loses in the Democrat, if Trump loses in the midterms, do you feel confident the military would do that? You got to assume that there's significant amount of MAGA in the military.
I won't say it's significant. Like, I guarantee you they're not in the majority.
Yeah, but there's also people that lean right that's not MAGA as well.
There's people that leans right that's not MAGA as well. If they lean right and they see Trump doing this and they are complicit with it, then all the values that they swear they uphold are full of shit.
Well, Trump put his hand on the Bible and swore to uphold the Constitution. Does that mean anything to you?
The only people that thought that he was honest about that is MAGA. Everybody else knew that he was full of shit.
Well, I can't speak on it. I mean, how has he violated the Constitution so far, in your opinion? And by the way, real quick in the comments, hold on, before you respond to that, in the comments, a lot of folks point out that he did not put his hand on the Bible. That is true. His second victory, he did not put his hand on the Bible. The first time he won in 2016, he did, but you're right. In 2024, he did not put his hand on the Bible when he swore in, so it is what it is. And by the way, isn't it interesting that MAGA don't have a problem with that?
Because he's their guy. Remember, they say he was sent by God. He's the most Christianist, the most devout Christian you ever seen. But damn near every damn commandment.
I don't know, how did that work for him to, for folks to suggest? And when I went to a Trump rally myself, I had a Trump supporter in line beside me look me in the eye and tell me that Trump was sent here by God to protect America, basically. And I didn't even think to ask that question, like how? Well, no, he hadn't become president yet. The rally, we were still rallying to become president, but that is a good question to ask. How could he be so Christian and not even swear in on the Bible? I mean, I suppose there's a reason for why he didn't put his hand on the Bible, but you didn't hear anything from MAGA or Fox News about that whatsoever. Yet they were all over Obama for not wearing a flag lapel pin. This guy swore in and didn't put his hand on the Bible. Do you
I
think
could've
he's
sworn
Christian?
There was at one point he had a lapel pin of his own face.
You swear he had a lapel pin of his own face.
Yeah.
The man loves himself. What can we say? Thank you, Cedric. The man loves himself. I mean, he's done more for blacks, James, than anybody since Abraham Lincoln, he says.
This man says he's done a lot of things that, like, anybody that can inflate anything they do to the level that he is usually considered like certifiable. But to this guy, no. But there's one thing that people don't want to seem to understand. They said they want America to run like a
business.
A corporation.
Yeah.
Trump is treating America like a corporation. He's doing all the things that you see. Like whenever like they want to save money, what do? They cut labor force. When you got like CEOs in there, what do? They normally abuse their power. That's what Trump is doing. He did that shit in his businesses. He's doing that shit now as president.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, when America said the country needs to be ran like a business, I mean, you would assume they thought that out, right? I mean, you're correct. That is how corporations run themselves.
No, they wanted a smart, successful businessman. What we got was one of those regular CEOs that normally get like voted out or get taken down by like one of our oversight organizations. That's what we ended up getting.
But wait a minute, you say we ended up getting someone comparable to a CEO that ends up getting kicked off by the board or something, as you're suggesting. But many say that Trump economically, internationally, I got a lot of folks that'll tell you Trump is doing a really good job. What is he doing in terms of running the country like a business? What is he doing that's so bad to make you say something like that?
What am I doing? What is he doing? Let's see. There's tariffs. He sued the government over bullshit claims, and because his people are in, he wins those claims. Remember, 230 million, and now he's doing 10 billion because he said his tax returns got leaked. And
well, in regards to Trump's tax returns getting leaked, I think while I think $10 billion is an insanely ridiculous sum, that's normally how it works in court. You ask for a ridiculous sum, you meet somewhere in the middle. But if Trump's tax returns were unlawfully leaked by the IRS, I'm going to submit he actually has a legitimate case. I mean, if one of our tax returns got leaked by the IRS and put on public display, that is wrong. So I don't, listen, I don't think, because remember, we as taxpayers got to pay that damn lawsuit. So I don't want him to get $10 billion, but I will submit to you, I think he has a legitimate case.
See, that's the thing, Tim. He's doing all this, and he the more he does this, that's less money that we'll have for our stuff. Like I said, he's sitting there milking the government like we said he was going to do. Like he swore up and down crooked Joe Biden and the Biden crime family doing. He's doing this at a much exponential rate.
Yeah, I don't. For a guy that bragged that he didn't take a salary, he sure has found a way to make that up. I don't like the fact that he's suing the government, and this isn't the first time he sued the government. I don't like that he's suing everybody like that. I mean, he sued colleges and universities, he sued television stations and things like that. And you notice you don't hear him bragging about all the charity. When he said he didn't take a salary, he claimed, I think he gave it to Wounded Warriors or something. You don't hear him talking about giving any of this money away. So he is pocketing all of this money. So
that's the thing. He swore he was giving that money, but then guess what ended up happening? He actually got sued by a Wounded Warrior, and judges had to force him, hey, give the money that you said you were giving.
So wait a minute. So he said he was giving money to injured and disabled vets and was actually lying about it?
This is the same guy that defrauded a children's charity, Tim.
I want to be like Trump. How does somebody get away with all this shit and rise to the highest level in the world? How does this happen?
Because did you not hear what he says? He loves the unintelligent.
I mean, they didn't let Biden and Obama go away unnoticed. They pointed out their flaws. I mean, they're not that unintelligent.
You telling me that they're that intelligent, but every time you point at a Trump flaw, what's the first thing they say? That's fake. It didn't happen. That's propaganda.
Yeah, there is a bit of that. In the comments here, Hands Conservative says, make no mistake, somebody MAGA do care about him not putting his hand on the Bible. Well, they're not saying anything about it. None of the right-wing networks, the OANs, the Newsmaxes, the Fox News, the Ben Shapiro's, the Megyn Kelly's, none of them are pointing out that this guy became president without deliberately kept his hand down by his side and didn't swear in on him. That would have been huge news if Barack Hussein Obama did that. So that is something to point out. They were in Obama's church, Reverend Wright. The chickens are coming home to roost. This guy swears in and doesn't put his hand on the Bible, and it doesn't get any news at all. How does that happen?
Well, okay, think about it like this, Tim. If any other politician created their own version of the Bible, what would
Well, he could have swore in on that. Why not swear in on the Bible you created? That could be a promo for that Bible.
This man he attacked a peaceful protest to get a photo up in front of a church holding the Bible, and then he held the Bible upside down.
What are you suggesting, that he's not a big fan of the Bible or something?
Remember, he swears up and down like he loves the Bible, but when they asked, hey, can you quote your favorite verse? He couldn't quote shit. He came up with all kinds of,
I think he said he likes them all.
Excuses why he doing.
Yeah, I think he said he likes them all or something like that. And they asked us for his favorite Bible verse, something to the notion of he liked them all or something like that. I don't know. I mean, like I said, and I see in the comments, Straight Talk Commerce is saying that, him not swearing on the Bible is perfectly innocent. Yeah, I'm sure it would have been perfectly innocent if Obama did it too.
Hold on. No, don't even try that bullshit. Because whenever the Muslims came in and they swore on the Quran, MAGA went crazy. They went back shit talking. So no, it's supposed to be a Bible. You can't use anything else. It's supposed to be that.
Yeah, listen. There is no way in hell MAGA's going to ignore a Democrat getting sworn in and not putting their hand on the Bible. We can make up any story we want to about anything, but if Obama particularly, but even Biden or Clinton, if any of them got sworn into the nation's highest office and they didn't put their hand on the Bible, that would have been huge news, and it just was not for folks on the right. I mean, I don't understand it. I do not understand it, but. Like I said, this guy is the king.
Straight talk, you are the only person that lies out of their mouth so goddamn much. And you swear up and down everybody else is lying. You say shit that can be easily proven to be false, and you swear up and down, oh, that's not the case. It's like this. I never heard that man lie, but he's recorded saying over 40,000 lies.
Well,
stop talking about you are the truth.
Well, while Straight Talk admits he's never heard Trump lie, his definition for what a lie is may vary from yours. He's saying that if Trump says something that did not happen or turns out not to be true, as long as Trump did not know ahead of time what he was saying was not true when he told you, then it's not a lie. So he has a different way of viewing it. And
one of the main lies that is he continues to say to this day, I won the 2020 election. And you keep bringing it up. All his people said, no, you didn't. 60 court cases said, no, you didn't. The fact that he had to send his people in with one of his damn secretaries into a state office just so they can try and come up with some things saying oh, look, he really did win.
I don't, something, at this point, even though I know Trump vehemently thinks he's won or he wants to he's not a back down type of guy, but I mean, it's past the statute of limitations. I don't understand what is the purpose. You talk about Trump derangement syndrome. There could be a thing of 2020 election derangement syndrome. I don't even see the value in doing this other than suggesting that, see, what I found from 2020 shows the Democrats have cheated in the midterms. So perhaps it could be a prelude to what's coming up in November.
No, what he's doing is he's saying all of this because of his ego. He can't believe that he didn't win at something. So whenever remember anything negative, it's not me, it's somebody else.
So then I'll ask you what we talked about in the beginning. If Trump gets a shellacking, to quote Obama, if he receives a shellacking in the midterms, do you believe he will interfere in any way, shape, or form with those folks that won being sworn in office?
He's already trying to interfere with, before we even do the election. He's already interfering, saying, "Hey, I need you to do a redistribution," even though it's not within the time.
Yeah. But what if the redistricting plan in Texas, countered by California, what if that ultimately does not work and the Democrats still have a resounding victory? Do you think he will interfere after the victory has taken place?
Yes, I guarantee he will. He'll tell Pam Bondi, "Hey, I believe there was election interference, or there was irregular voting things, and I need you to go into this state that didn't vote for Republicans. This state that didn't vote for Republicans. Oh, that black-owned area where they went Democrat. Oh yeah, they definitely did something wrong over there."
Yeah, I wish I could push back or see the other side of it, but I absolutely believe that's likely to happen. And it's going to be only Democrat areas. I don't know where the mindset comes from. And I see in the comments somebody even said that the what is this? Says Elf TikTok or something says because the 2020 election definitely was rigged. I don't understand why the Republican mindset is Democrats cheat and 100% of Republicans are honest and innocent because they didn't do any type of investigation in any Republican held area at all. So
you want to know what's crazy?
Sure.
There was fraud in the 2020 election. Guess who was the ones committing the fraud?
The fake electors that pled guilty to were all Republicans.
Well, them, and then guess what? There was other Republicans that got caught voting for doing the same thing. Like we always say, an accusation is a confession.
Yeah. And the problem, and that's what I said, the problem is any Republican that gets caught doing something that is suspect, you're not going to hear about it from the Trump administration. So if you only follow Trump and right-wing media, it's going to look like 100% of the fraud is Democrat because they don't even cover Republican fraud. So I don't know, but Trump is not letting it go. So,
and what makes it worse, like the people that they're accusing, like those governments that are complicit in the fraud, they're Republican led. They're Republican led. So how is it that they rigged it against Trump, but it was a Republican led group that did it, and then the people that was investigating the fraud were picked by Trump, and even they said no, there's no fraud here.
So if he does do something of significance to try to prevent duly elected Democrats from taking office, you believe the military will be involved. You believe that's the next step and that will happen.
They should be involved. I don't know if they will be involved, but they should be involved. And then, not to mention, we already know what Mike Johnson did because this shutdown is actually his fault because he's the one that decided, okay, things ain't going my way. I'm going to recess Congress. Even though in the Senate, they made changes that should have went to them. So they can't say, oh, the Dems didn't do this. No, the Senate made changes in the rules and there's no House to sit there and vote on them.
Yeah. Troubling times. I got to move it on, James. Troubling times. We'll see. We got probably 10 months, 9 months. Is it 9 or 10 months? We're just about in the second month of the year. So about 9 months, a little bit more than 9 months left into the midterm. So troubling times. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully it doesn't get to the point where we're talking about military and all of that shit. But in the era of Trump, nothing is predictable. James, thanks for coming through.
No problem, sir.
Good. All right, tap the screen, by the way, folks. Get us on up to 40,000. We can certainly make that happen on this Saturday. I appreciate you folks tuned in. No football. No football. So here we are this weekend. Anyway, my Bears are long gone anyway. Looking in the comments, I always thought that the idealism of being free in America was a fantasy anyway, because it is. Depends on your definition of free. I mean, as someone who has actually lived abroad, the level of freedom in America is not like it's unachievable in other places. It depends on what you want. Look, if you want to be free to own, a lot of military weapons and things like that, that might be something you're more free here. But maybe you want to be able to, smoke a joint or marry a same-sex person or, pay a prostitute. That freedoms like that, you don't have those here as much. So it depends on what your level of freedom. I mean, we're still not to the point where marijuana is 100% legal in this country. That stuff's been legal in other countries. People have been free to smoke a joint and get high in other countries, a long time before they have been here. Same thing I mentioned with nudity is another one. In America, nudity is criminalized. If you walk around, and people can see shit, that's a crime. You can do that in other countries. Nude beaches and things. I mean, nudity is legal in a lot of other countries. So it depends on what you want for freedom. Well, why the hell do I want to be naked all the time? Well, why the hell do I want to carry around a military weapon? I mean, it depends on your personal preference. But I will submit to you that the freedom in America is based on your perspective. America does not hold some kind of trophy when it comes to freedom. It's just what you feel confident, what you prefer in terms of being free. There's a lot of things you cannot do in America that you can do in other countries. So that depends on what your perspective is. Elawan says, Tim, people are debating what happens if a president rejects election results. That alone shows how broken this country is. It is truly sad. I agree with that. I absolutely do agree with that. We are debating what happens if a president rejects election results. It is not, I put emphasis on this, it is not fear-mongering or something that is out of character to discuss that when it comes to President Trump. That is a real possibility because that's exactly what he tried to do with the January 6th deal, is prevent Vice President Mike Pence from swearing in Biden. He's already done it before. So he's already tried to do that. So that absolutely is not fear-mongering when it comes to President Trump to have that discussion. And L1 is right that we haven't had that discussion in regards to any other president. So, yeah, that definitely shows the conditions in America have changed. Anyway, get us up to 40,000. I'll take the next caller, as I stated. Tap the screen. That's right, Strip. We only been waiting for... what does that say? Some of these comments you have to put the spectacles on. Now it moved. Okay. Anyway, we'll move on. America is the land of the free and the home of the highest incarceration rate. We are a revenge-oriented society. It's simply put, if you do something wrong in this country, we want to take revenge on you. And we don't forgive. Because even after your incarceration period is over, we still want you punished. A lot of folks want that felony or want that crime you committed to cause you problems for the rest of your life. So we are a revenge-oriented society. We do not forgive very well. A lot of other free countries, you commit a crime, the punishments are a lot less than they are in America. And oddly enough, the crime rate is less too. My opinion, treat a person like an animal when they're incarcerated. That's exactly what you're going to release. If you don't prepare them to be a civilized member of society upon release, you're going to get the animal. You want prison to be harsh, right? You don't want them eating good food. You don't want them watching cable TV. You don't want them getting to college. You want it to be harsh. Okay? Well, when you release that person, you release the person that is prepared for the harshest shit to come. So that's what you get. Anyway, most countries send their offenders over here. There is no evidence of that vacuum way travel or whatever it says. The idea that, countries have opened up their prisons and insane asylums and they sent them all to America. That's something that Trump often says. Notice they haven't given you the names of any prisons or insane asylums for where this has happened. Look, they're eating cats and dogs at the same time. Just because someone says something doesn't make it so. Trump says a lot of things that when it comes down to actually presenting proof, it doesn't always hold water. Anyway, we're going to go back to the box. They came over with Christopher Columbus. Damn. Talk about a comeback. Yikes, Adrian. Yo, Adrian. All right, going back to the box, the one and only Gangsta Grandma. Good afternoon, brother. We're on a little bit earlier today. Good afternoon, Gangsta Grandma. You're gonna be nice today.
Raccoon.
You're gonna be nice today. You're gonna be nice today.
No.
I'm hypnotizing you.
No. You ratty raccoon. What the hell, man?
What did I do?
So I've been off for a few days, you know what I mean? And my inbox blew the hell up, saying you've been a ratty raccoon and stuff. Come and help us. That's what they've been saying. There's a gangster. Get your ass in the box of what box? They said that your ass is going like deep balls in, you know what I mean?
Okay,
Like drag.
two things. One,
Hello.
one being you absolutely were missed. We noticed your absence.
Hell yeah, I've been
But
missing.
number two, there is no ratty raccoons on this damn program. I don't know what the hell they told you.
You're Uncle Ruckus, the ugly ass ratty raccoon, because your dumb ass wants to go see Melania. Like, you have no damn fucking respect. You have no damn class or anything. I gotta go see the snow roach. You think she's gonna show her coochie?
You never know. I mean, she has a nice looking vagina. Look, wait a minute.
I know you're fucking a man with a fucking sock. For God's sake, you a fucking hole in a damn wall. You know what I mean? Like, that's just some nasty shit. I tell you.
Okay, first of all, we've all seen the full spread of Melania. It was all over the internet. She is not unattractive.
Oh my God.
She is not unattractive.
That wasn't good. Honey, I'm bisexual. When I tell you that coochie look nasty, I wouldn't fuck it with my 10-foot pole on my dog's dick. You know what I mean? That shit was nasty.
She was
Like corned beef, look at everything on her body is fake. At least my BBL is organic. Corn, you know what I mean? Corn, everything I can eat.
Cornbread. That's what you're looking for.
Mac and cheese.
Well,
You know, and when I clap my ass and I twerk, it don't stay still. It's all natural, okay?
I mean, that actually sounds kind of good, but let me just say, we've
It
seen.
is good. My ass is good.
But wait a
Lead
minute.
to an ass.
But I think
Unlike yours, all damn Rubbermaid.
I think you're being
Fucking made.
I think you're being unnecessarily harsh to the first lady.
No, I'm not being unnecessary harsh. I'm not like you. I don't have like white cock in my mouth saying, gag me, bitch, gag me. You know what I mean? Go get you some Kleenex and wipe out the cum. Because you really are doing a damn job today. You be sniffing. I mean, damn, Tim.
What
Can we at least have a black man back? Can we at least have you back?
what is so wrong with going to see a movie that discusses the first lady?
Because it's called morals. It's called morals. That's why we're boycotting this shit. Look what the fuck he's doing to black and brown people. He's going after Haitians right now. You feel what I'm saying? You come caught of a cockroach. You are. You just want, just like, I gotta have the whiteness next to me. They don't like your black ass.
What?
You're never going to be on their table. So quit being a ratty fucking raccoon for once in your goddamn fucking life and come to the black side where you belong.
So let me get this clear. Simply going to see Melania, an actual movie about the first lady, makes me a sellout.
Yes, you're a big ass sellout.
Let me take it from you. I want to ask you folks in the comments. I want to get clarity on this. For folks in the comments, wait a minute. For folks in the comments, yes or no, does having an African American go see Melania make that African American a sellout? Yes or no in the comments? Because I don't see it.
Yeah. Why do you think we're boycotting you, numbnut?
You don't like Trump.
Dum-dums.
I mean, I get it. You don't like Trump, but it's a movie.
It's because we're boycotting it for a reason, you dumb nut. Oh yeah, all your little racist mofos like Gen X. Oh, go see it. He'll put you in a tree faster than anybody else would.
What is
Your little buddy? Oh, you come to my barbecue, he'll poison you with his raisins and potato salad.
Who are you referring to?
Gen X.
You think Gen X would lynch someone?
He's a Proud Boy, you numbnut. What do you think Proud Boys are?
He says the
What do you
Proud.
think a Proud Boy is?
He says
Triple K.
He says the Proud Boys are about unity and they have black members.
Oh yeah, you believe? Oh my! And you're a black man. You believe that? You numbnut. Yeah, you be putting a tree faster than New York second. You be like, oh, I'm fruited.
I don't know. I gotta
You
say.
believe white people really bad. I mean, got me fucked up.
Well,
I would never be at his. I won't go to his. I won't. I gotta be nice.
I see that. Let me ask you this, because you mentioned Gen X. He's in the comments and he asked a question. So, am I a sellout if I go see a movie about Martin Luther King? Which is a good question. So if a white person sees a movie about
He
MLK,
is the triple K. He's a definition of a great, I can't say racist. Proud Boys is a racist group. He goes through that, he might get educated. Hallelujah.
but what about his
You know what I mean?
what about his question? You're saying that going to see Melania makes a black person a sellout, but what about a white
It's because
person?
we're boycotting it, you numbnut.
What has Melania done to the black community?
Really?
I'm asking this.
Her husband is in office. And hell, she's even in the Epstein files. Did you see that? Oh, that Epstein files is big and bad coming out. Popping, boy. Let me tell you, Trump's all up in it. And unalive the baby, girl, it's all up in that shit. Yep.
Do you believe it is? Do you believe it's remotely possible that Trump would have used his digits to enter a minor?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, and folks are asking about, have I seen the file release? Yeah, and real quick, Ellen wants says, Tim.
It's bad. It's real bad. It's something that they couldn't even release. That's how bad it is.
No, they couldn't release it. They just don't want to release it. They can release it.
No, the media has some of it and they can't release it. But they've been doing it on the back. Yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. Mm-hmm. The people elected a pedo and a baby unaliver. Go figure.
Is there any redemption if it's years ago?
I don't care. Really?
I'm just asking. I know it's a harsh question, but I'm asking.
That 12-inch cock is really deep in your throat. You're gagging. Go wipe the cum out your mouth.
No.
At least get some Chakakuchi up in the shit. At least do that.
No, but hear me out. I'm saying if he done something heinous, but it was 20, 30, 40 years ago, do you still hold him accountable?
What the? What? Are you serious, Tim?
I'm just asking.
I need to go mail you some e-pads. I mean, some knee pads for real.
Well, I mean,
always a rapist is a rapist. What is that? You a pet? Wow, Tim, are you fucking serious?
I'm asking a question, and I see in the comments, Rooster said, "What kind of question is that?" Let me just say this. Let me just say, and by the way, I see
What are you tripping on?
No, I want to get the dialogue. I'm asking this question because I want to get the understanding.
Tim, always a rapist is a rapist. You don't give.
You thinking 80? You think that's 80? He's 80 years old, just about, gangster. You don't think he's still doing that kind of shit now? He's 80 years old.
I don't give a damn. He did it when he was younger. He needs to pay. He needs to actually be underneath the damn jail, or he needs to be pushing up daisies, 1 foot in the damn thing. I wish Father Time would just take him out and go put him to the pits of hell. He don't even need to go to the kingdom of heaven. And God knows. That's why he says he's not going to the kingdom of heaven. Why? He's a rapist and a murderer.
Well, he has himself personally stated, I don't think I'm getting into heaven. In the comments, someone asked, did you know Donald J.
You over here like this. You over here like this. Like gagging, man.
No, I'm not.
Like God, yes, you are.
What in the actual fuck? No. In the comments, I had a viewer ask, did you know that Donald J. Trump dated a black woman? Her name is Cara Young.
Oh my God. Oh my God. She dated a black woman. He's still racist. Oh my God. Oh my God. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking kumquat of a fucking cockroaches. You motherfuckers are the most stupidest bunch of idiots that voted for this man. You know, I promise you, Tim, I promise you on God, when he said he loves the uneducated, half this fucking country is uneducated. The system, our education system failed these mofos. They failed them. You know, how could you go in there knowing he has shit on him? And they still voted for him. Oh, and guess what? He doesn't want people to get homes. He wants to raise the prices.
He did say that. Yeah, he did say that.
So you know what? Fuck around, you found out. But you know what? The black woman that had a funny laugh, the black woman you guys couldn't understand because she was educated, the black woman that had all the degrees would have give you mofos 25 grand to get you in that fucking house.
Well, I'm hearing what you're talking about, the black woman. I'm just going to say, folks suggested this woman.
I think you need to put that fucking picture down and keep your black mouth shut.
Folks suggest this woman was going to destroy the country. That's why.
We would have been in this. He's destroying it his damn self, is he not? The economy's down. We're losing a lot of jobs. More jobs than we are losing so many jobs.
The economy, wait a minute, the economy is actually not that, it's not great, But it's not that bad like you're pointing.
Tim, we're losing more jobs than we're making. Everything, you know what, Tim? Get the fuck
Wait.
out.
I didn't say the economy is
I
doing
cannot
well.
with you.
I didn't say the economy is doing.
It's
You're
bad,
making it.
Tim. It's bad, Tim. Groceries is up. Oh my God, 10 cents off. Gas is down 10 cents. I'd rather take $20 of gas, pay them thing. They have my groceries up. People's losing their jobs. They Amazon 16,000, and that's a second round. They're gonna do another round. UPS is going. FedEx too. They're all losing jobs. So no. And guess what? No, it's not. Gas is down over $1.
He said $1 a gallon. Wow.
Yeah, well, you know what he's smoking on is some crack, so honey, I wouldn't. Oh shit, you know what I mean? Like, come on now. So yeah, everything is up. You know what I mean? And people's losing their jobs. So you know what? Biden didn't have job loss. He was gaining jobs. The border's wide the fuck open, like Melania's legs. Everyone's going through them. Even Tim.
Wait a minute. Some of that's bullshit, but the border is not open now under Trump.
Yes, it is. The numbers don't lie, Pookie.
Gangsta Grandma.
Ray.
Under President Trump, the border is more secure than it's ever been in U.S. history.
It's not. The numbers are not lying because they're walking in. They're not catching them. If the numbers are low, they're not catching them, Tim. You know, that's why you need to get educated. You feel what I'm saying? He likes dumb motherfuckers like you. You fucking damn snow roaches. They don't believe, you know, oh yeah, it's secure. No, it's really not. But hey, go fucking
You really believe that folks are walking in the country right now under President Trump?
They're still getting in, Tim. They're still getting in. You know what I mean? And you know what's the saddest part about this shit is? Our United States is burning, and we have motherfuckers like you that will go see a fucking movie with our enemy. That's the enemy.
It's a
That's
movie. I watch movies about the third. Wait, I watch movies about the Third Reich.
You a trick.
How I watch?
Black man, after your soul is white, you a trick.
How I gotta be a
Go get
trick?
this white dick out your mouth. You might, or at least go get you the chocolate dick. At least, you know, get some extra protein or some shit. Because that protein ain't doing justice with your fat ass.
Why are you making me gay? I'm not gay. I like women.
Hey, you should be, because you're taking a lot of cock up your ass because you over here sipping to the white man.
Okay. Well, the point I'm making is I don't see the logic in coming in this country illegally under the Trump administration. The treatment is super harsh. So the idea that people are walking in under Trump, in my opinion, makes no sense. Just the way he is treating people is a deterrent.
The black man on his knees for the white man saying, yes, master. Yes, master. You know what I mean? Oh, I'll give him props. Give him props for what? For putting ice on everybody? Unaliving our allies?
I can give him props for it. I can give him props.
Coming after, and then guess what? To the black people, my people, that are saying they're going to sit this one out, now they're coming for us next. Because guess what? They're coming for the Haitians. And now, you know what? As they say to the white T-man, all black people look the same.
Well, they're not coming for the Haitians. They're coming for temporary protected status.
Yes, they are right now. Yes, they are.
Explain.
Remember cats and dogs? The ICE is in Ohio right now.
Yeah, but they're going for folks that are...
Yeah, but get the cock out your mouth. You're dripping. Yeah, but
Well, they're not... Okay,
Well.
what? What has Trump did? Because you're indicating that Trump is racist or something like that. What has he done to make you talk in
Really,
this
Tim?
manner? Yeah, really.
Really, Tim?
Why are you saying this?
Really? All he has been doing is spewing hate. His last year. All he is doing is black and brown. We gotta make it what? White again. We gotta make it white again. Oh, I can't even say it because of V. I can't say it. You feel like it's vermin. They're poisoning our blood. You don't think that shit's not racist?
Yeah, but what Bama Landscaper says, damn, if she is so miserable, why does she stay here? Suggesting you should leave if you don't like it.
Why don't you leave with your white trailer ass? Because your white people came over here and stole the land, okay? And brought slaves back. How about that? So before you start talking, get educated, okay? Because the Mexicans were here before the white team, man. and the indigenous people were here before the white tea man. So this is their land. And yet the white tea man wants to kick them off their own damn land. Go fucking figure, right?
Jamie B says you are white. In the comments,
Honey, I'll show you white.
snow roaches.
I ain't a snow roach. I'm chocolate all day, bitch. And honey, I melt in your mouth, not in your hand.
Ooh, Dosito
And I have a
three.
grill, BBL,
How about this?
honey. I don't have to go pay for my shit.
How about this? Dosito 313 says you're calling out racist yet making racist comments. Yet Trump is a racist. Stop protecting yourself, your own self insecurities, gangster grandma. He even called you out by name.
My own insecurities. Is it the white man doing that really well because they don't want black and brown people up in here, so they're doing a G-side right now on us, trying to cleanse this country out? Get the fuck out of here. I think you should get educated before you start talking. That's why he likes the uneducated. Because he's not doing that to South Africans. He ain't doing it for the people who always take their visas from Europe and shit. He's only doing it to the black and brown people, the poor black and brown people. To come in here, do a job that the white tea man won't do. Oh, yeah, by the way, the black jobs, oh, yeah, like he said, they're taking the black jobs. Yeah, he wants you out in the field picking cotton and shit. Yes, master.
Well, there's a lot of black MAGA that still remains. Black MAGA thinks he's doing a good job.
Yeah, that's a yes, master. The house ninjas. I had to slip up on that one. House ninjas. Yes, master. Get the rope. Get the thing. I'd rather get beat. I want to get next to whiteness. They'll give me a little bit of money. They sold us out.
So,
like AJ, he wouldn't even add me up. That motherfucker was too chicken shit to come against me. I would roast his fucking sorry ass. I'd make his ass turn white.
hey, good luck with that. So you sound like you really think.
Cock all deep in his ass for 10 inches.
Now let's talk. Okay, well let's change direction while we got a little time left, and talk about the good things that Trump has accomplished. How about
what good things? What?
Well,
tell me. What good things has he done?
We mentioned gas.
Damn it. He's take more aspirin or something. That'd be a good thing.
Speaking of aspirin, speaking of aspirin, did he not bring down some drug prices? Let me add that to the list.
No.
Yes.
No, Pookie. I'm telling you, get the cock out your mouth. At least, you know what? At least when I say I suck dick, it's chocolate. Okay, and I'm proud of it.
You telling me Trump didn't bring down any drug prices at all? 1,000% discount?
No, your snow roach did not bring down none. Hello, none.
How about this one? You can't deny that out of the NATO member nations, he forced them to up their expense on defense.
Do you know why they're doing that?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He got him to do it.
It does matter. Because they think he's going to go in and take Greenland. So they have to go fight him. They had to go fight the United States. See, he's a big, ugly.
They took Gangster Grandma off the program. Unfortunately, we don't block, ban, or censor anyone, but unfortunately, we can't control folks, the TikTok censors. Gangster Grandma is a passionate guest. She's always welcome back on the program, but that does occasionally happen. Yes, Gangster Grandma says the rats. That happens. But we're all about free speech here, so understand we don't have a moderator here, folks. So it's not, some folks will, that was your moderator. We don't have them. We don't use moderators here because we believe moderators can be biased just as well. So this program has always been in place since day one, about 4 or 5 years ago. We've never had a moderator. It's all about free speech. Cowboy CC says we love her. Okay. And I see followed by Big App says Gangster Grandma has a potty mouth. Well, we elected somebody that does that. I mean, so what's wrong with that? I mean, you call Trump a potty mouth and they call you a snowflake. So, I mean, listen, if the leadership has no problem, using profanity and things like that, you can't blame the citizens for doing it. Let's be fair now. Anyway, continuing on with the program, and it's Gangster Grandma, you're always welcome back. So looking in the comments, we'll continue on and tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 70,000. Feel free to share the live as well. If you enjoy uncensored dialogue, all sides of the aisle, feel free to follow the program if you're currently watching us on TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook. If you happen to be watching us currently live on YouTube, give your boy a sub. Handsome Liberal on all platforms. We're also on Rumble, X, Truth Social, and Clapper as well. We're just not live at this point on those. Looking in the comments, yeah, the leader of America said free speech, you can say what you want. I don't know about that. He may tell you that, but you see what he did with Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon. He didn't like their free speech, so I don't know if he actually means it. He says it, but I don't know if he actually means it. You have free speech, but if you start talking about him, he may come after you. Maduro sent people here. All I'm asking for is evidence. If we're going to suggest that countries south of the border emptied their prisons and insane asylums and sent people to America and all that stuff, is it wrong to ask for evidence? I still have yet to hear the Trump administration give us the name of an insane asylum or prison that was emptied out and show a whole bunch of immigrants they deported back that came from that prison. It's just something he said. I mean, so I believe, listen, I'm not saying the guy lies all the time, but I'm saying there's nothing wrong with questioning what he's telling you. And I haven't seen any evidence of what he's talking about. Miss Mo Better, no one does it better. Good evening. Welcome to the program. By the way, folks, help your boy out with the TikTok cap, hat, mustache go. Shout out to those who support. Miss Mo Better, don't know what happened. I tried to bring her up, and for some reason she didn't come up, so we'll move on. Straight Talk Commerce.
Man, I need you to make an agreement with me that you bring me up, then Gangster Granny. That way I don't have to suffer through her.
That ain't how it works.
What do I got to do to make that happen?
Well, you can support the program a bit more, but that ain't normally how it works. What did she say that you disagreed with?
Well, look, I want to start here. Proof that what you say about the president is not true.
Explain.
Okay? None of it. You exist. So he's not trying to take over any government and do anything to free speech. Listen to the words that come out of your mouth about our wonderful commander-in-chief. And you being able to say that on a platform with 160 people in here, and you have never once, to my knowledge, suffered a misinformation ban or misinformation. TikTok treats you with kid gloves, man. You spew misinformation like a fire hose.
No.
And they have never once taken you down for it.
I spew misinformation like I spew misinformation like a fire hose,
Yes.
you say. And that's coming from a man that says Trump has never lied.
give you an
You've
example.
never heard Trump lie. That's coming from a guy that says that. Give me the example.
Look, you explained my position on that beautifully. I will
Which
say
is
that.
ridiculous, by the way. But go ahead. Give me your.
It is the exact definition of a lie. Tim, we're not going to get into that right now.
The definition of a lie is saying some shit that's not true. All of the stuff you added to it is not part of the definition.
Wait, Tim, what's the difference between being wrong about something and lying about something? What's the difference? Words mean things.
Here's the difference. If you say some shit that's wrong, and when it comes out it's wrong, you don't correct it, you don't apologize, you don't even address it, how the hell we don't know you didn't intentionally lie?
You may not know that they didn't intentionally lie. You may think that that person lied, but what I'm saying to you is you have to prove that the president knew what he was telling you.
No, you don't have to do all of that. The fact that he didn't, the fact that he doesn't follow, the fact that he says something that's not true, that's like it. If I walk up and step on your foot and you yell out, ouch, and I look you in the eye and I don't say shit, you're left believing that I done it intentionally. You didn't apologize. You didn't say nothing about it.
You can do that. I don't. In your example, if you look at me, you may not know why I'm freaking out.
I can't.
That's what goes through my mind. You may not know that you stepped on my foot.
What if you tell me I stepped on you? What if you actually tell me and I still don't say nothing?
All right. So here's number one. Okay. What did Teddy Roosevelt?
You didn't answer what I just asked you. You didn't answer what I just asked you.
What did you just ask?
What if I step on your foot, you yell out, and you actually tell me, man, you stepped on my foot, and I don't say nothing?
Right. Well, if you deny stepping on my foot.
No, I didn't deny it. I just said I didn't say shit. I heard you say it, and I just ignored you.
So you think that that's you lying to me?
No, I think
Maybe
that
you
means
do,
no.
I
I
just
think
don't give a
that
shit.
I think that means that would lead you to believe I intentionally tried to step on your foot. If I tell Trump, if
No,
Trump,
again, nope. Maybe again, you are embarrassed and don't know what to say to me. Maybe you are afraid to say, "Hey, Wayne, I stepped on your foot in fear that I'm gonna whip that ass for doing that."
so I just walk away.
Yes, I've had that. Look, I go to a club every once in a while. I've had people bump into me, or I don't assume that they did it. I don't assume that people are out to get me and that they do things on me purposely. Now, look, I would rather not go down this rabbit hole with you. There's so much.
You're already in it. Okay, go where you want to go.
You did that, not me.
Go where you want to go. That was
All
funny,
right,
by
let
the
me-
way. That's crazy.
Let
But
me
go
explain
ahead.
something to you. Teddy Roosevelt. Did he put his hand on the Bible or no?
I don't know.
When he was inaugurated. Okay, let me give you a history lesson. He did not have a Bible anywhere in the vicinity. He did not use a Bible. John Quincy Adams, what did he swear allegiance to? What did he put his hand on?
I'll tell you one thing, straight talk. The
Real
fact
quick,
that you
I
got
would
the
like
fact
to
that you
answer-
got to go all the way back to John Quincy
No.
Adams.
I'm working forward. I'll work forward for
Work
you.
forward.
All right. Hold on a second. I looked this up because it was strange to me that the president, and I even watched the video. And if you were a fair-minded man, you would bring up the inauguration for your people to see that the Justice John Roberts did not give the president time between, time to put his hand on the Bible. Melania had to push through the crowd and have two Bibles, not one, two Bibles there. And he immediately began the inauguration. He didn't give her time. It was a rushed thing. For some reason, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court rushed through the ceremony. I don't know why, but it is very obvious that that's the case.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if you're truly a Christian, Trump could have easily said, "Wait, there's no way I'm going to do this," without acknowledging the man above.
Millions of people. I'm sure you're all cool and calm and collected, but I see how you are, and I believe you. Okay, I don't think that you're right, but I don't think you're lying either. I think that you actually believe you would have said, hold up. I'm going to put my hand on this Bible. I do believe that you think you would do that. But in reality, let's get back to reality. In reality, you are under a tremendous amount of pressure. There are thousands of people in attendance. There are millions of people watching you do this worldwide. And frankly, he didn't put his hand on the Bible. He had two of them there. And in his first inauguration, he put his hand on the Bible.
That would make a lot more sense if we were talking about somebody like Obama who rose to power and all that. But somebody like Trump, who has operated under pressure as a CEO, he's already been president before. To suggest he's under pressure is insane.
Yeah, the president, you're right. The president is cool, calm, and collected at all times and never misspeaks.
I can't think. Can you give me another example where Trump appeared to be under pressure? He is cool, calm, and yeah, he is like that.
Every single day. Every day. But he pushes through.
No.
Every day, people are out to get him. Every day, he says things that you guys don't like. And the reason he says it is because people are out to get him all the time. Let's look at Epstein, these files. We talked about this before.
They said he put his hands in a 13-year-old. Go ahead and talk about the files.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm telling you. Okay, they said, well, I will tell you that the FBI said it never happened. It was not something that they considered credible. The Department of Justice.
Wait, the same FBI that said he lost the 2020 election. We believe the FBI now?
Yes, sometimes you believe the FBI, sometimes you don't. This is you.
How do you know which time to believe him?
You got an FBI director that just got in front of Congress, lying his ass off, and you guys didn't say a word about
I'm trying to figure out, how do you guys differentiate when you want to believe the FBI and when you don't? You guys told me the FBI is what caused January 6th. How do you know when to believe them?
When you have an FBI, and listen, I'm just going to grant you this. It looks to me like And by the way, no, hold on. The FBI didn't just say it was not credible. Back when she reported it, they found no credibility. Now, I don't know who the FBI, who the agent was that made that determination. I won't pretend to here. But back when she made the allegation, the FBI followed up and did an investigation and found no credibility.
But that's my point, Straight Talk. They also looked into Trump's claims of the 2020 election and found no credibility. We didn't accept their words then.
Tulsi Gabbard reportedly, now I haven't seen it yet, we'll have to sit and wait, but Tulsi Gabbard has information that is going to debunk that. So let's find out. President Trump has never said ever that election was not tampered with. He has steadfastly said
he said he won.
2020 election was not real.
No, he said he won the 2020 election by a landslide.
That's what I said. That's what I just said.
The FBI says there is no credibility to his claims.
I understand that. And you were correct about that. Now, what I am saying to you is Tulsi Gabbard is about to release an absolute shitstorm of information showing that President Trump is right and the FBI ignored the election.
Let me make something clear. The guy who claimed he won the 2020 election is in control of the person that's releasing this new bombshell. She has no. What on? Straight talk. Tulsi Gabbard has no credibility while doing that for the Trump administration. Tulsi Gabbard, wait, you think there's any chance at all that Tulsi Gabbard would tell us that Trump's claims are not vindicated? You think if it went the other way, Tulsi Gabbard would ever release that? The only thing any FBI agent under Trump is going to say is he was right. They're never going to say he was wrong about anything. She has no credibility.
Then what you have is a government that you only trust when you're in power and you do not trust when you're not in power. This United States is done. Finito.
Why not get a third party to look into it?
Well, again, that's kind of, she was a Democrat.
No, Tulsi Gabbard is firm. Tulsi Gabbard was all over Fox News as a commentator before joining Trump. There was a big gap in the time before Trump used to be a Democrat. What's your point? He used to say I identify as a Democrat. That ain't saying nothing.
Right. No, it is actually. It actually says that at one point he agreed with you, and now he no longer agrees with you. He's seen things that he no longer agrees with you. Let's move on to one other subject that really I lived in Germany for a period of my life.
Okay.
And do you know what the difference between the German nudity laws and the United States nudity laws?
Explain them.
Okay. In the United States, you can only be nude in public places, and that's the city ordinances. In Germany, you can be nude in public places, and the city cannot pass a law that does not allow you to be nude in public.
Kind of like the Second Amendment. That sounds like the Second Amendment, where the cities can't change the law.
Right. The cities in Germany can't, but in the United States, let's say Tim wants to go walk around in Florida buck naked. Okay, there are 15 towns and municipalities in Florida alone. California has some. I haven't found a state yet that does not have a place for Tim to go walking around buck naked in that city.
Let me know where they can do that in Chicago. Let me know where that can be done in Chicago, since you can't.
No. Chicago I'm talking about. If Chicago tomorrow passed a law saying that you can whip it out and be naked as a jaybird anywhere in Chicago, that would be Chicago's right to do.
So what's your point?
My point is there is virtually no difference between the laws in that European country. Germany is really, that's been most of my experience. We have the same laws here. If you want to be naked and walk around, pass laws in your community, and that's you have it.
But based on what you're saying, because in places like Denmark, you can go in Thailand, you can hire a prostitute, or you can do the same thing in Pahrump, Nevada. So what you're saying is, well, because there's a law in Nevada that allows you to do it, we got the same laws, even though prostitution is illegal in 99.9%. I mean, yeah, the law is there, but hold on, wait a minute, I wasn't finished. The point I'm saying is, you can talk about how you can change the law and compare the nudity laws here in America to the ones that are in Germany, but fact is, you're going to be criminalized a lot more places in America for doing it than you will be in Germany. It's as simple as that.
No, the difference is, let's say that prostitution is a very good example of this. Let's say that the city that you live in passes an ordinance that allows prostitution. They don't allow, and they regulate it.
Is it against state law?
Now, what they would have to do is they would have to pass an exception for that municipality. So they would have to go to the state legislator, get an exception for that, which is what Pahrump did, and they would have to get an exception, but they absolutely could have legalized prostitution in that town, heavily regulated. They would have to satisfy the state that taxes were being collected. 100% you're free to do that.
Yeah, but the problem is America is more overwhelmingly Christian than a lot of places. So you say change the law, but you say change the law. That's not going to happen in America. So there are things there are parts of American life that are not as free as European or Australian life. I mean, it's just the way it is.
No. It's the people. What I'm saying is, it's the people, and there's a reason for that too. You want to know the reason for that?
You can give me whatever. You can give me whatever reason you want, but ultimately, it still falls down to the fact that you can do this stuff elsewhere, and you can't do it in America.
No. You can. The question is whether Tim, listen. You have certain traditions in your family that I don't have to abide by. You do them, I don't do them. It doesn't mean that I can't do them. It means that you do them and I don't do them.
None of this is changing what I just said, though.
Of course it is.
No, it's not. You're making it sound like prostitution in America is just as legal as it is in Thailand. It's not. It's not even remotely close.
Wait, hold on. I'm saying that the only reason...
I don't care about the reason. I don't care about that. At the end of the day, you can't do it here. You can get
advanced concepts.
I get the reason, but at the end of the day, you're free to do it there, and you're not here. Just like you could change the law to allow firearms in Australia. We could go back and forth a million directions with that. But at the end of the day, you can have firearms in America, and you can't have them there. You can go back and forth about the reasons, but that don't change the current situation.
Basically what you're saying is you don't want the people to have the freedom to make those decisions for themselves.
I am saying currently as a person, you don't have those freedoms in America.
To have their freedom of choosing whether they want these things.
So based on what you're getting, the statement you're making, based on your statement, then everywhere on the planet is just as free as anywhere else. It's up to the people.
No.
What's the difference?
I'll tell you. Because here, you decide. If the people vote and say, we want prostitution, we want nudity, and we want pot, they can vote.
What's the difference? Okay, that's the same all over Western Europe, down in the South. So in other words, all of those nations are just as free as the other ones.
But you're not letting me finish.
Because you're not making sense. Go ahead and finish. Okay. Land your plane.
God damn!
You're not making sense.
There are places where the people in power don't give a flying fuck what the people want. They don't have.
I said Western Europe. I said Western Europe. None of that stuff you're talking about applies to Western Europe or Australia or any other countries I mentioned. That stuff don't apply to them. There's no dictators in Western Europe or Australia.
You're not even letting me finish my statement. You're stopping me before I know.
Okay, I'll give you 30 seconds.
Doing it. What do you think I feel?
I'll give you 30 seconds. Land your plane.
Have the opportunity to say something.
30 seconds. Go.
Now you expect me to do this in
You
30
can't
seconds?
you can't make this point.
Wound my ass up.
You can't make this point in 30 seconds. It takes you longer than that to make this point.
You haven't stopped talking.
Make your point.
Here and in those Western European countries, the people get to make the laws. They elect people that make the laws. They get a chance to make those decisions for themselves. In those Western European countries, every single one of them decides whether they want pot, whether they want prostitution, whether they want nudity, same as here. There's no difference. You in Pahrump, Nevada can smoke pot, fuck a whore, and be buck naked in public. All of those things are true, and you can do it in any city in the United States. The same as any European country, because you are the one that elects the leadership here, and you tell them what laws you want. Do you understand? There's no difference.
So in other words,
and by the way, they could do it while shooting 9mm in the air, but they don't want to.
okay, so you made the same point I made. So in other words, America is no more free than Western Europe then. We're no more as a country. We brag about how we're the freest country on earth. Based on your explanation, we're no more freer than they are.
Well, no. Here's where that comes in. Now they have leadership. Hold on. Here's where that comes in. They have censorship law, and we're getting them here too. You're right. We are losing our freedoms a great deal. But here's where we used to be what you just said. We could, and the fact that you're saying all this shit in this country, I'm assuming you're in the United States.
Yeah.
And you're definitely broadcasting in the United States. So you're free to say whatever the fuck you want, obviously. I've never seen you penalized for some of the bullshit you say.
Gangsta Grandma just got penalized. Gangsta Grandma just got penalized a few seconds ago.
Bad about a country.
Gangsta Grandma, we get penalized on social media. Gangsta Grandma just got penalized for saying what she wanted to say a few minutes ago. So it does happen here.
No. She got penalized because she was saying words that people find profane, not because of her political belief. Well, listen, when she tells you that you suck this and you take it up the, where, look, some people are going to be offended. Me personally, I think it's hilarious.
It's either freedom of speech or it's either freedom of speech or it's not. That's all we're saying.
And I agree, and I would never ever tell her she can't say those things. Okay, I don't like listening to it myself, but I would never tell her she's not allowed to say it. And I will say one last thing before I go. To all Democrats, you already won the midterms, so calm the fuck down.
Okay.
Calm down. You already won the midterms. Rest easy. Go home. You guys.
Why do you say we already won? Why do you say we already won?
Because I think you're going to get fucking creamed, and I just need you to just calm down.
So in other words, you just lying.
I think you are going to take it so far up the rear during the midterms that it will never elect another Democrat in this country. And I can't wait. I'm here for it.
All right.
That's why.
Straight talk. Thank you for coming
Good
through.
talking to you.
Spirited debate as usual. Come on back anytime. All right,
Thanks, Bob.
You too. Moving on with the program, by the way, tap the screen. Straight Talk always drives my comment section crazy. Get your boy on up to 75,000. We can make that happen if you let your thumbs not be lazy, because they're rigging it as we speak, says Rooster. Rooster says, yeah, we're going to lose the midterms as Democrats because they're rigging it as we speak. JPT Farmer says the guest was so lost. Tap the screen. Yes, big dog. It went over a little bit. This guy is going to say Dems cheated when it doesn't go his way. That may happen. That may actually happen. I just care about the truth. I enjoy discussions with people who have different opinions. That's how we learn. I agree with you, Ranchi, 100%. But yeah, I absolutely, I think we went back and forth, my last guest. But we kind of came to the same conclusion, that the idea that in America we're the most freest country on earth is not true. It's not true. He has a different way of explaining it, but at the end of the day, he did admit the same thing, that you're no more freer in America than you are in most of Western Europe. Now, you're freer than North Korea or maybe China, but there is a host of countries where the citizens elect the government and elect different laws where they want to be free and what they want to be censored. Most of Western Europe is like that. I mentioned Australia is like that. New Zealand is like that. You're not going to get any additional freedoms going to those countries if you leave America or vice versa. Now, you may exchange some things, as we were mentioning, nudity and prostitution and smoking marijuana and things like that. You can do that more in other countries than you can do here. But firearm ownership and things like that, you can do that more in America than you can do in those countries. So when people say that America's the freest country on earth, it's usually firearm loving citizens. They're not the stuff I'm talking about, marijuana and all, they're not concerned with that stuff. It's usually God-fearing Christians that believe that stuff should be a sin anyway, such as gay marriage. Gay marriage has been legal in Europe a long time. In fact, interracial marriage was legal in Europe. You had World War One, African Americans fighting in World War One. When did that end? In like 1918? That actually stayed in Europe because they fell in love with someone of a different race and it wasn't legal here. So that freedom was over there. You know, when did it become legal here? Like in the mid 60s, 64, I think, or something like that. So you're talking 50 years almost, or 40 years, or whatever the hell the math is. So it just depends on what you consider freedom. There are certain rights that they've had in Europe long before they've had here. And obviously with gun rights, we've had that right here. And a lot of those countries have rescinded that right. Looking in the comments, though, Straight Talk says, keep thinking Europe is non-racist. No, I don't believe there's any country on earth that has two different types of people where some folks are not criticizing the other group. But the history of racism in America is so lengthy and documented. It's different than it is in Europe. Plenty of black English folks are all over social media complaining about racism in the UK. It does exist over there. But the Klan and all of that kind of shit, they didn't go that far with it. America took racism much, much further. Jim Crow and all, they just took it a lot further than most Western European countries. So it does exist there. But the level of it here has been significantly greater. As I just mentioned, interracial marriage was legalized there rather, far before it was here. Same thing with gay marriage. I'm sure there are people in the European theater that don't favor the LGBTQ community, but it was legalized over there considerably. Obama is the one that legalized gay marriage. That's how long it fucking took. 2015. That's gay marriage. 2015 for a country that started in 1776. That's notable. Anyway, looking in the comments, how can a land of copper tone people be racist? I don't know where to go with that. There is no country better than the United States, says Coach Briggs, depending on what you want to do. You think the transgender community thinks that? Depending on what you want to do. It's simply put, it depends on what you want to do to make a statement like that. Maduro said, okay, I don't know. Let me make sure I'm not held back on my YouTube here. For those who may not know, Hitler himself studied Jim Crow laws to implement them in Germany before he took a stranglehold of Germany. Look it up if you don't believe that is true. I've heard that many times. That is true. That Hitler took a page out of our book for what he did to the Jewish people. Going back to the box, let's try it again with Miss Mobetta. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap goal, folks. The hat mustache, lazy supporters in here. Miss Mobetta, good evening.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, you're following up Straight Talk. Did you hear anything you disagree with?
Everything that he said. You know what the problem is, Tim? He get up here and try to run this show like it's his. Every time you say something, you give him facts and stuff. He oh no, but you wait a minute. Go do your own live if you want to control shit. This ain't just show over here.
He's a passionate caller. He's.
So I know there's a thin line between passion and stupidity.
Well, I will suggest he's no different than Gangsta Grandma. He just leans right. Gangsta Grandma is pretty harsh as well.
She is. You let her get away with that too. You know what I'm saying? But however, I'd rather not hear him.
What does he say that's so repulsive to you to make that statement?
When he said that he ain't never heard Trump tell a lie is the biggest lie I probably ever heard.
I gotta say that is different. Even most MAGA will admit, listen, Trump is a human being. All politicians lie is what you normally hear. To have someone suggest Trump has never told a lie, that is a bit different. MAGA don't normally say that.
Crooked talk. Go ahead with yourself. Beat it. You beat it. I swear.
Is that the new name, Crooked Talk?
Crooked talk. He ain't shit straight about him.
Oh my God! I mean, listen. Now, let me ask you something.
Jobs in 8 different countries.
Oh my! Let me ask you something that's a little bit more dark, sinister, even. And I'm really surprised that this is even a topic of fodder. But the Epstein stuff that was released yesterday is suggesting that Trump may have entered a 13-year-old digitally. Do you believe that?
I do. I do. I love it too. I do. For the simple fact of the things that he used to say, period. Which he said, oh, I'm the owner of the pageant. I could walk in there with them butt naked and all kinds of stuff like that. When you said a certain caliber of people, you can just go and grab them by the P word. Stuff, things like that is what makes him guilty in our eyes.
Yeah, but you're talking
and
about
to hear if the stuff wasn't that bad, and if he had no involvement in any of those files, they would have been released.
Wow. Well, what about the claims that you often hear from MAGA that he didn't do anything wrong, but it may be people he's protecting from being harmed or something of that nature?
Who can you? Anybody that's in those files, they're guilty. There's no innocence when it comes to those files. I'm sorry. There's no innocence other than the victims. Other than the victims, there's no anybody that in there. I don't give a damn what their caliber was. You're guilty because whether you were doing it or not, if you knew about it and didn't say nothing, it makes you just as guilty.
Well, I mean, it could. What about folks who may have went to visit Epstein or went to hang out at one of his parties that didn't do anything wrong, but if the FBI is monitoring him, their name may just inadvertently appear in the files, even though they didn't do anything wrong. I mean, Hillary Clinton.
Okay.
Let's say Hillary Clinton went there with Bill, and Epstein and Bill and some of his cohorts went off into another room or another wing of the place and did some bad stuff, while Hillary Clinton was just entertaining guests. Her name is going to be in the files.
Well, okay, put it all out there. And that's exactly what them Clintons just said when they did not show up in front of Congress. Okay, y'all going to hold us in contempt. You know what that means? Now it's a motion of discovery goes on. That means you got to bring out all the stuff and show me where I'm guilty.
Yeah. I mean,
they fucked around with them Clintons and found out even if they're crooked, they ain't dumb. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of folks think that Bill Clinton probably did do something like. You think the Clintons are innocent then?
No. I'm not saying that at all. He probably got his dick sucked by many people over there. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but again, he called for them to bring it out. He said, "Show it up, put it all on the table, put it out."
I mean, this is crazy. We're talking about somebody as young as 13. I don't know how old Trump would have been.
That's disgusting, and anybody that protects that is disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, whatever you are. To protect some shit like that, you're nasty as fuck.
Well, I don't think Trump supporters are protecting the idea that he abused children. I think they just believe it's not true.
Yes, they are. to get up there and deny some shit that we've been hearing and it's not true or whatever. And the only thing he keep doing is we're gonna push this, we're gonna cancel this, we're gonna appeal this, we're gonna sue this. He keeps his name in court in other ways just to keep that shit from coming out.
Well, we know
how he operates.
I mean, well, he does have a right to defend himself, does he not?
But he claimed he wasn't a part of it, so what is he defending himself from?
What about just the belief that the Democrats are going to condemn me no matter, even if the files, like what Straight Talk was saying, no matter what comes out, the Democrats are going to condemn him no matter. If the files come out and say that Trump didn't do anything wrong, the Democrats are still going to condemn him.
You could have to say that he was wrong, but again, that's not the only thing that's fucked up with him. The thing is, he don't know how to be nice to his own people. He don't give a fuck about how he talk to people over here. Even somebody that's just doing their job, calling them Miss Piggy and Piggy and all kinds of nasty shit like that. How do you respect a man like that? You don't.
Well, and I think that may have a lot more to do with some of this stuff than anything else. Is his boisterous personality. I mean, if he was more humble and just more humane, for lack of a better term, I think that some of the hatred towards Trump would not be as great. But when you're treating everybody like shit, you're not going to get any benefit of the doubt from anybody.
You're making your own enemies. You're creating enemies when you don't give people a chance. All right, let's just see what he gonna do. He doesn't do that. He's automatically on the defense because he know he's crooked as fuck. And Bama Landscaper and the victims have done a press conference.
Yeah, they did. They did it with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, they did do a press conference.
Yeah, they
and
did.
The thing is, when you got people of that caliber with all that power and all that money, ask fucking Clarence Thomas how they can't make shit go away.
Yeah, they did a press conference with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and then Trump started attacking Marjorie Taylor Greene. So
exactly.
Yeah, they did do a press
that's
conference.
that bullshit that people be talking about MAGA. MAGA number one ruined the Republican Party. They ruined it. They're giving Republicans the same respect that they would give MAGA.
They may have, I don't want to say they ruined the Republican Party, but they fundamentally changed it so that it's the MAGA Trump party. So it's not the same party, but they are on top, Mr. Mobetta. Trump says you're going to get tired of winning. Right now, they are winning.
I don't know to what caliber. You're still hiding from these Epstein files, and we're going to see how they're going to react. We'll see how they react when these midterms come. He's going to try everything in his little hand power to fuck those elections up. He's going to do it because he doesn't concede well. We've seen that. We proved that. And J6 2020, he proved that he does not concede well.
Well, according to Straight Talk, who was on before you, the Democrats are going to get trounced in the midterms anyway. He says there's no chance of that. What about now? I did a monologue at the beginning of the program, and I pointed out how Trump is known for violating court orders. And I posed the question of, even if the Democrats do render a shellacking to President Trump, as to quote Obama's term, what happens if the Trump administration, by way of Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, just refused to swear in the new Democrats that won under the guise that it was all fraudulent? Who's going to force that to happen?
And that's very possible with who we're dealing with. That's very, very possible. And they know that it's fucked up. For Steve Bannon to get up and say, if we lose the midterms, people in this room are going to jail, including me. Did he not say that?
Yeah. I think Elon Musk said something like that too. But I mean,
and Elon said when he first took over with Doge, how people are going to suffer. So this is all by design of what's happening. You got to pay attention to how people, when they speak and how they move.
But then,
you got to pay attention.
And Cedric, appreciate that. So then the question is, why do you see this and MAGA does not? What the hell are you seeing, or that MAGA's not, or why can't MAGA see this?
That's the cult behavior that we speak of. They are, and that's literally a cult. When you don't speak against anything, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, when it comes to your leader, when you don't call them out for shit that you know is wrong, that you've seen that's wrong, and that's what makes it a cult.
But then folks are going to suggest that the Democrats were in a cult. They're going to suggest that it was pretty clear Biden's cognitive abilities were failing, and the Democrats were constantly saying he could do another 4 years in office. Were the Democrats?
He probably could. That man was sick. He had cancer and COVID on top of that.
You think Joe Biden, in the current condition he's in, obviously having prostate cancer as well.
No.
Okay, but what was it about Joe Biden a year ago, or a little bit more than a year ago, that the Republicans and even the likes of George Stephanopoulos of ABC and George Clooney could clearly see, because they said it on record, that he could not do another term, but most of the Democrat Party was claiming he could.
And I'm mad at them for not making him step down sooner. Because if he had to step down any sooner and retired any sooner, Kamala would have drugged Trump's ass. She would have. For her to have 100 days, she raised over $1 billion and only 1.7 million people less than Trump. You can't tell me that she wouldn't have wiped the floor with
You're telling me that if Kamala Harris had enough time, Biden being a transitional president, only ran for one term, if Kamala Harris had a year to campaign, you're telling me she would have beat Trump?
She would have beat Trump. She would have beat it. She would have beat him. You call it what you want. You could say she was an awful candidate. I say she wasn't. She just had bad timing. But for her to get those kind of numbers in such a short amount of time, there's no way that Trump would have beat her. I'm sorry.
I'll tell you, well, I do think she was a bad candidate, but in addition to that, I will say that if Biden was a transitional president and he made it clear he was only running for one term, I don't think Kamala Harris would have beat Trump because I don't think she would have been his competitor. I don't think the Democrats would have picked her if they actually had a chance to choose. I don't think she would have been up there. They would have picked.
I don't know about that, Tim. I don't know.
Did you see how poorly she did when she ran for president in 2020? When she was telling Biden that, making Biden sound like he was racist? Biden kicked her ass.
And all that stuff, but that's dirty politics, ain't it?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the Democrat Party, when they had a choice, I don't even think she came in second or third place. They didn't pick her. She was not going to win.
Well, those times are different. Those times that was different than now, because they allow her to go with, and her numbers were a lot better than they were when she ran before.
So you believe that Kamala Harris would have beat out the likes of Gavin Newsom and Bashir and all of them?
Yep.
What? No, you do realize there's a hell of a lot of Americans, even black and Hispanic, that don't favor letting a woman lead to begin with. You still think she would have won?
That's those misogynistic, racist people.
Not letting.
And I tell you now, that's why she lost. She didn't lose because she was a bad candidate. It's just how dare they let a black female up there to run this country? The numbers don't lie, Tim.
I'm going to ask the audience, but let me make sure I get this clear from you. You're saying that if Kamala Harris had plenty of time and had to run against other Democrat candidates, you believe she would have made it to the top of the Democrat ticket?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
By way of yes or no in the comments, I want to hear from you folks that are tuned into the program. If Kamala Harris had to run through the gamut of Democrats, everybody from Gretchen Whitmer to Gavin Newsom, yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks believe that Kamala Harris would have beat all of them and became the Democrat nominee? Who else is in there? Senator Mark Kelly. I mentioned the governor of Pennsylvania is in there, the governor of Kentucky, Bashir. I mean, she would have beat all of them, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. I see some folks do agree with you, and there's others that are saying hell no and things like that, but I don't know their political affiliation.
But listen, I'm not really expecting anybody who voted against her in the beginning to agree with what I'm saying.
Yeah. And that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. No, I'd be the fool.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, MAGA don't like Kamala Harris, so they're not going to give Kamala Harris credit for anything. I agree with that.
MAGA don't even like me, and I don't hold no position. They don't like my ass either, and I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, Deuces in the comments saying, remember they said that she wasn't black by blacks. No, most
she's subject to get to the top. They said she was unqualified. That they just tried every fucking thing.
Well,
all she does is laugh.
Yeah, but his point is he's claiming that black people were saying she's not black, and I disagree with that. Oh, black MAGA were saying it. Yeah, black MAGA.
I tell you, the black men they were both jealous. Black men and women that hated on her. The black man was mad because she didn't suck their dick, and the black woman was mad because they weren't in her position. So they can all shut the fuck up with their self-hating asses.
Sound like there's a little gangster grandma in you. I'm going to say that, I do believe, the reason I say she's not a good candidate, not only I think some of the things she said does not make her a good candidate, but I also believe that she didn't have the authenticity factor. I mean, look, I don't want to go too deep into race, but being married to a white guy was not necessarily favorable in the black community.
But that's true, but still 92% of black people voted for her.
Bro, but there's a lot of anti-Trump sentiment in that, Mr. Roberto.
And it was anti-Kamala why they voted for him. It could be true at the same time, Tim.
92% of the black people voted for Kamala Harris. I'm going to tell you, 92% of the black people going to vote against Trump no matter who the Democrat is. The black people don't like Trump.
I get it. I get it. I get that part. But again, they voted against her for the same reasons.
I think they were voting against Trump. I don't think they were necessarily voting for Kamala Harris.
Again, that's why they voted for Trump, just because they didn't like her.
Yeah. I'll tell you this: when you look at the number,
she ate his ass up and when it came to that debate, she ate his ass up.
That is true. But I'll tell you this: I think when you look at the number of Democrats that did not show up to vote at all, shows you that Kamala Harris was not energizing the Democratic base. They just didn't, and they knew Trump was the opposition, and they didn't show up to vote at all. I think that's not to mention the fact that Trump did better with minorities than most Republicans in recent history. That speaks volumes.
I mean, it speaks terrible volumes because they believe they believe that Trump is making them a lot more rich than they was under Biden, which none of that shit probably changed.
But that also
I was just having a whole debate with a friend of mine about what Trump did, what Biden did, and I lost more money under Biden. And I said, first of all, when we was under Biden, we was on a global pandemic. Number two, the numbers got up to 9% when it came to the economy. 9%. It was 2.4% when he left office. He dropped more than all of their numbers combined. What are we talking about?
Well, what we're talking about is perception. I think one of the benefits, one of the really good things about Trump is even during bad times, he can make you feel like it's doing good. I mean, just like, like a bad boy, he's like a bad boyfriend. He can make you feel happy even though he's beating your ass. Like, taking you out to Red Lobster, I got you some makeup for that eye, baby. I'm going to make you look good again.
Yeah, just cover that up. You don't tell nobody that you did it. I'll buy you something.
Yeah, so
that's just why they ass is stuck on a fucking cult too, in a cult. That's
well,
why
I'm just gonna tell you.
There.
I'm just gonna tell you, as someone who has been to a couple of Trump rallies, the guy has a way of speaking to people. I'm looking at folks around me. That shit is sinking in. I mean, Kamala Harris did not have that it factor.
You keep repeating the same thing over and over and over again. You're bound to get people to believe it, and that's what he does. They don't fact check shit that he says, and it'll take somebody from the opposite side to fact check him. Then they'll say, "Oh, you're lying." They're gonna call me a liar if I point it out to you.
Yeah.
That shit is insane, Till.
But you got to give him credit for one thing. He talks to the people.
I gotta give him credit for shit. You gotta give him credit for shit.
He talks to the people. Is that not a good thing for a president to do?
Yeah, it's probably good for him. It's bad for them. Because he gonna keep blowing smoke up their ass and they buy it. Dum-dums.
Well,
now, Pizza Lover, you need to go change your name because you know what Pizza Lover means, right? That means that you're a P3DO. That's what Pizza Lover means.
But what about smooth? Yeah. What about smooth butter in the comments saying you need to get over it? He's our president now.
Of course he's our president. We could talk about this shit all day. You know what it is? He gives us more to talk about. Because he gets up there and lie about some shit. Everybody in his cabinet are crooked as fuck. All of that shit. They don't do shit right. You know what I mean? So every day he got to be up there to say some shit. Other than that, he has no substance.
Marco Rubio's not crooked. In the comments, Billy Wap says,
fuck him. Marco Rubio, Mike Johnson, Pam Bondi, Christy Home. What's her name?
No.
Oh, the Christy Botox. All of that. All of them fucking crooked. They get up there and say whatever he knew what he was doing when he put them in office.
But then I'm going to point.
Bondi, I'm almost willing to bet that her name is in them files too.
Ooh. But then I'm going to point out the Democrats were trying to make Karine St. Pierre saying Biden can do another 4 years. I mean, that would be crooked too then, right? The Democrats are crooked.
Yeah, that'd be crooked. Crooked as fuck.
And in the comments, Billy Wap says, Billy Wap 43 says, Tim, you should never have went to the Trump rally. It says it's got you twisted. We're not twisted over here.
You're right.
We see clearly.
He just running this show on social media, which is what happened.
And we'll leave.
And this is for the people that be calling and reporting people. This shit here is not for thin-skinned people. If you're looking for some kumbaya moment and all of that shit, this is not the place for you. Find something else to do with your time. Like color, or you can even crochet. I crochet too, but this is not for the weak. Then you call and report people. Oh, that's she's talking this. Go find somewhere else to be.
I'll co-sign that, Miss Mobetta. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate that. Good, certainly a good ending to that. Thank you. All right, folks. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes on up. We can cross that 6-figure hump. Take us on up to 110. You know how you do. Tap the screen, let your thumbs not be lazy. Help your boy out with your TikTok cap, hat, mustache go. We're pretty close. Show the program some love. You know, I got to ask that. Looking at the comments, remember being looked in, what does that say? Remember being locked in my house during the Trump's first presidency. You're talking about the pandemic protocols. You know, this is why I said Trump gets the benefit. And by the way, thank you, Bamaland. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Yeah! I'll say this. President Trump, unlike, let's say, Biden or Obama or another president, when things go wrong under the Trump term, he has an uncanny ability. Lewis, thank you very much. Shirt 14, shout out to you. He has the uncanny ability to get America to focus on the person in his administration that caused the wrong. Something happens under Biden, it's Biden's fault. Something happens under Obama, it's Obama's fault. Something happens under Trump, it's Fauci, or it's going to be Kristi Noem or Bovino's fault. He has an uncanny ability to not face blame for things that are happening under his own administration. Remember, if the 2020 election was stolen, that means a fraudulent election was held under his watch. The idea that Biden, who was just an American citizen at the time, was able to steal an election sounds crazy. But that's what we're being told to believe, that somehow Biden, the citizen, could steal the election while Trump was president. Go figure. So I do say that Trump has the uncanny ability for being in a position where he only gets blamed for the good. If Dr. Fauci had done something like, let's say, cured COVID right away, it would have happened under the Trump administration. He would have been taking credit for that. But if he fucks it up, it goes on Fauci. Same thing with the issue in Minnesota. If they had a win in Minnesota and it was a clean sweep, got rid of the immigrants, dealt with the Somali fraud, and it was a great surge of ICE agents, they went in there, did their job, and left, Trump's taking credit for it. If it fails, it's on Bovino. So he does have the uncanny ability to go against the slogan. I think it was, forgot the name of the president going back, that coined the phrase, the buck stops here. That doesn't apply to Trump. He only takes credit for the good. In fact, have you heard him take credit for anything that went wrong? Ever? He's been president now for 5 years, almost going on, he's in his 6th year. Have you ever heard him say, that was my fault on anything? Or are we to believe that all 5+ years of President Trump leading this nation were perfect? So anyway, looking in the comments, Ice Baby, Trump 2028 says, someone with a whole bunch of different letters in name, who's going to vote for Democrats without a choice? Huh? I don't get that. I don't get what you're asking that. Kamala won by a landslide. CIA and NSA whistleblower said they did an audit of the data. It said Trump team stole it via cyber hacking, probably Elon. Kamala did win. I'm not going to go down that path for the simple fact that this is the same counter argument I give Trump supporters who suggest that Trump won in 2020. How do you explain all of the Republicans that actually outperformed expectations? When you go vote for president, that ain't the only person on the ballot. You're voting for Congress, oftentimes senators. You may be voting for a new librarian or some shit. I mean, there's all kinds of down ballot races. The idea that the Democrats would steal the election in 2020, or the Republicans, as this individual is saying, would steal the election from Kamala Harris in 2024, but let all the other folks win, that makes no sense. If the Democrats are going to steal the 2020 election, they're going to steal the House and Senate as well. Doesn't make any sense. There's a whole lot of Republicans that did very well in the 2020 election where Trump lost. In fact, the Republicans in the down ballots actually exceeded expectations. It was just Trump that lost. So it's pretty clear that people were able to vote and they seen somebody they didn't like as part of the Republican ticket, and they seen other Republicans that they did like. And that's the same thing in the election that Kamala Harris lost. The Democrats have been doing exceptionally well since Kamala Harris lost. You're going to tell me Trump stole the election from Kamala Harris? But then all the elections after that, he's allowing it to be free and fair and let Democrats win. That wouldn't make any sense. If he's going to steal the 2020 election, all of these off-year elections, all of that shit, he would have been cheating in those too. And once again, as I pointed out with Joe Biden, still in the election in 2020, making how ridiculous that sounds that he could do it as a citizen. President Trump was a citizen before the 2024 election. So if that election was taken from Kamala Harris, then once again, you got to blame Biden because a fraudulent election was held under his watch. Some of this stuff makes no sense. I think that folks don't think some of this stuff through. You're telling me Biden had more votes than the first black president. Be honest with yourself, Tim. Yes, I am telling you that. Yeah, I am telling you that. I look, unless you show me that the votes are stolen or something to go in the other direction, yeah, I believe that. I believe that the African American community, for instance, who have not historically been involved in elections to any great level, there are more and more educated African Americans every generation. More African Americans are graduating out of high school. More African Americans are, home ownership, college degrees. As the education and wealth continues to increase in the African American community, the percentage of African Americans that vote is growing. It's growing. A lot of African Americans no longer believe that the election doesn't matter because everything's going to go to the white man. They're now, as the years go on, they're now starting to see, I can be this, I can do that, I can buy this, I can live there. And it's encouraging more and more of them to vote. So I do believe that it's possible that Joe Biden could have gotten more votes than Obama. I do believe that. And I haven't seen anything to prove otherwise. I'll go with that until I see something to prove otherwise. I can't just automatically assume, well, because it's more. And by the way, keep in mind, a lot of folks voted for Biden thinking he was going to give us more of Obama. So go figure. Anyway, looking in the comments, vote count has gone up every 4 years. That's a fact. No offense to Obama. Obama did great. And there you go. That could be another point. If more people are voting, there you go. How long has Democrats been in power? What have you got? I don't know what you mean by that, Tony, but we'll go back to the box. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. We'll make it happen with Nicole G. Did you forget your coat wears makeup and thinks they're women? No, because I live in liberal cities and it's not like transgender people are roaming around everywhere. You guys just really hate that group of people. But the percentage of citizens, even in strong democratic cities, you just don't, it's not like transgender people are roaming around everywhere. It's just your hatred for them is so great that you believe this. It's just not true. Let me go back to the box. I don't know what happened with Nicole, but we'll go to another guest here. And thank you guys that are tapping the screen. A few of you are to do that. That boot. Good evening, better yet, yeah, good evening. It's pretty much evening. Thank you guys that are helping out with the hat mustache go. A few of you. Republicans can't stop fucking it up. That's why. Says hate there. Yikes. That boot, we'll see if it brings them up. For some reason, some of the guests are not coming up. Think about it. Trump is on tape saying that they didn't need any more votes a week before the election. He did say that. I don't see any reason for a president to be on the phone with a governor talking about, find me 11,000 votes. That's inappropriate at the least. Something sinister at its worst. You're pressuring a governor because you want to win the election and go back and do shit. While they're still tallying votes, as a presidential candidate, you should not be on the phone doing that. That should not be happening. We can go back and forth on whether it's cheating or not or what you want to call it, but it shouldn't be happening. And you're still president of the United States for a few more months. You still have all the power in the free. You should not be on the phone doing that. That is inappropriate at the least to be doing that. But of course, MAGA was okay with that. The fraud in Georgia was on tape, Tim. To me, the phone call to the Georgia governor was fraudulent. I think sending the fake electors in Georgia was fraudulent. I think it's a point where the Republicans, particularly Trump supporters, anything that looks suspicious or actually is fraudulent done by the Democrats, they can see it clear as day. If a Republican is caught committing some kind of act of fraud, they don't see it. It's meaningless. Because there were Republicans caught committing acts of fraud in the 2020 election. They don't even talk about it. So I can understand where you think there's fraud. If you only see fraud coming from one side and you totally are willing to ignore it coming from the other side, then yeah, it makes sense. But there is no denying that there were Republicans caught committing acts of fraud in the 2020 election too. So how can you walk away saying that Trump won if you're ignoring fraud from one side of the aisle? You got to, at best, you can request that the election be reviewed, reinvestigated, or something of that nature. Because look, there's fraud on both sides. But if you walk up saying we won because we only see Democrat fraud, then you have no credibility. When he says he won by a landslide, the obvious question you push, but well, what about the Republican fraud? Did you even look into that? No, I'm only looking in the Democrats cheating. Going back to the box, the same Constitution humpers whose party is responsible for term limits after losing the FDR too much are calling for a third term. And that is, I don't even know where to go with it, but yeah, calling for a third term is problematic. Fuzzard, good evening. Welcome to the program.
How's it going, Tim?
We're hanging in there. What did you hear? What am I getting wrong?
Well, it's not you. It's Pretzel's feelings. He likes to call himself Straight Facts.
Straight Talk Commerce.
That dude, he's whacked. I mean, just not right. But I'm going to say one thing, and this is going to make a lot of people happy. I am looking forward to Bad Bunny's performance.
I'm hearing he's going to wear female garb. What say you?
I've heard the same thing. And I think he's actually performing at the Grammys too, which is freaking awesome. I love it. I love that for MAGA.
Well, wait a minute. We're going to have a Super Bowl performance. Not only that may feature a man dressed as a woman, but it won't even be in English. How do you respond to folks who say that this goes against tradition of the big game, the biggest game televised in America? How do you respond to them folks?
How does it go? You know how many? Who's opening the Super Bowl? There's an opening act before the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but he is the headliner.
No, before the Super Bowl. Though.
Oh, I don't know. Nobody really pays attention. Who?
Green Day.
Yeah, but nobody pays attention to the opening act. It's the headliner. People are still arriving at parties during the whole.
Green Day is not from America.
Yeah, but
Bad Bunny is a United States citizen.
He's from,
it's not the first.
Yeah, but he's he's Puerto Rican. He don't count to a lot of people, Fuzzer. You know?
Paul McCartney. Where's he from?
He's English. He's a good white man. They like him.
Right. Okay, so we're going the same direction with this.
He's English. He counts. He's a good white man. He's one of the good boys.
Yeah. He covered up for Janet Jackson and that freaking boob.
That's Justin Timberlake in Janet Jackson. Yeah.
I don't care what you say. I was watching it and that was the only part of the halftime performance they actually.
Oh my God! Well, I don't think Bad Bunny is going to have the fan favorite to be able to jump up and just stand there to applause for about a solid minute like Michael Jackson, or have the jets fly over like Whitney Houston, or even like Prince playing the guitar in the rain. But he does have a lot of fans. Bad Bunny has a lot of fans.
I mean, back in the 90s, I went and stood in line. Understand, I'll tell you who. Stood in line for hours to get a bracelet that allowed me to stand in line the next day to possibly get a ticket. And I don't even like the music so much, but I wanted to see the show. And that was Garth Brooks. So, I mean, there was a lot of shit. And I mean, the music, I like the music, but I wanted to see the show. So this is going to be a show. From what I understand, he puts on a fucking awesome show.
But it's not in English, though. That's the issue.
Well, there's a shit. Do you understand half the friggin' lyrics that you listen to anyways?
I don't know if I've ever went to see a show where it was in a different language. And I'm a big house music fan. I listen to a lot of South African house music, deep house. But to actually go to a concert and it's not in English, I don't know if I would do something like that.
Like I said, it's for the show, Not so much the words. Like, you're not going to know. I got into shows and enjoyed them a lot where I didn't know a single freaking lyric. It doesn't matter if you know the lyric or not. You enjoy the performance.
Yeah. But the Super Bowl it has become almost American as apple pie. So the primary language in America is English. Folks are going to say it goes against tradition.
Yeah, fuck them.
Wearing a dress, a man wearing a dress.
I love it, Tim. Come on. Jesus Christ. Granny's got it right, man. You gotta stop going to Trump rallies or whatever the fuck it is you're doing.
Oh, but no, I'm just, listen, maybe you're right, because I've been around Trumpers enough that I can see both sides of a lot of issues. I don't think everything that MAGA complains about or even favors is wrong. I mean, I do see some legitimate complaints and things that they favor. I see legitimacy on both sides on a lot of issues.
Okay, so you want to say, yeah, it's an American, all American, all American. What are we doing right now? Jacksonville is going to be London soon.
Jacksonville, Florida?
The Panthers. I mean, the Jaguars.
Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean going to be London soon?
They're going to their hometown will be London. They're over there half the season.
Yeah. Well, they're trying. Well, I guess the argument I'm about to make in favor of this could apply to Bad Bunny as well. They're trying to expand the audience of the NFL. However, they want to expand the audience of the NFL around people that are a little bit less melanated, not in fucking Puerto Ricans. So that's
why not? I mean, Puerto Rico, he is an American citizen.
Depending on who you ask. Depending on who you ask. I don't think MAGA really wants Puerto Rico to be in that level.
I'm sorry that Donald Trump just throws. Donald Trump didn't even realize he was the president of Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Fucking moron.
I really believe that a lot of folks on the MAGA side of the aisle, they don't view our territories with the same level of equality that they do the 50 states. I don't think they see Maui or the Virgin Islands, or as you mentioned in Puerto Rico, they don't see them on the same level as the 50 states. Some people are sub-citizens, so to speak.
Right. No, and I get what they're saying. Yeah, because they're not a state. I think, me personally, I think Puerto Rico and DC should both be states. But understand, Puerto Rico's red.
I don't get that. Not in this. Well, maybe during the Bush administration. Now, I don't.
I mean, maybe not. I think they are. I mean, I have a lot of Puerto Rican friends. And they're like, oh yeah, no, my family and my friends are very conservative. The Senate that they have there are conservative people. It's just like Mexico. A lot of them, they're very conservative natured.
Well, I mean, a lot of African Americans are conservative too, but it's the racial policy. I think that the conservatism comes in because Puerto Rico is. I've been there a few times. They're pretty close to fucking Cuba, so they're afraid of the dictatorship, the socialism, and all that gets pinned on the Democrat Party. The same reason why the Venezuelans did not want to vote Democrat. So that's one issue. You're mentioning stuff like Christianity, which is much more prevalent among conservatives than it is amongst the Democrat Party. So there is a lot in line. A lot of conservatives don't favor us being led by a woman. And a lot of folks in the Hispanic community also have that same male, woman, child hierarchy. So there is a lot in common with the conservative Republican Party.
Yeah, and I think it would be, and I'm not sure, I shouldn't say Puerto Rico because I think they probably are a little more in touch. But people talk about like the Mexican vote. Oh my God, they're going to come over here and vote blue. No, Mexican heritage is very family oriented, very conservative. The only thing that they would vote blue for is because Donald Trump wants them out.
Yeah, and that's the same thing I said about the African American community. They tend to be the African American community for the most part have a lot of conservative views as well, but it's the intolerance factor that steers them away from the Republican Party. And the same is going to probably apply for the brown communities going forward. What Trump has done, particularly in this second term with ICE and stuff like that, you're going to have a lot of granddads and stuff like that telling their kids, don't you dare vote red. I mean, it's going to be a while before a lot of Hispanics begin trusting the conservative party again, because the images, all this stuff is being filmed and documented. This stuff is going to go down in history. I mean, so it is what it is.
in the TikTok comments, just Enrique, we are very anti-ICE. That is what's going to kill it. Other than that, they are very conservative leaning. But like you said, this is going to be historical. What's happening right now? And by the way, I live in Maine. I live in Bangor. We had a massive ICE by
Yeah, you guys did have ICE there. Yeah, you did. I didn't know you were in Maine.
Ran them out
Yeah.
with protests. Protest the shit out. We ran them. They're gone. There's just a small number here now. So you guys, the voices are working. And what they're doing in Minnesota, sub-zero temperatures, and getting 100,000 people to walk up and down the streets there, ridiculous. Good
Can
for them.
you
They're doing-
imagine? Can you imagine the chaos had this whole thing been taking place on warm summer days when people don't mind being outside? Can you imagine the level of in Minnesota, the level of chaos that would have ensued?
Well, you're saying chaos, like as far as
I'm talking about there's already thousands of people on the street protesting ICE, and they're doing it in sub-zero temperatures. Imagine if it's 70 degrees outside. You would have far more people out protesting.
Yeah, but it's not going to get any violence. I mean, maybe mild. I mean, you're calling it chaos.
Well, they're popping, they're throwing fireworks, whistles are going off every damn way. There is chaos there. Streets are being blocked. I mean, there's a ton of chaos going on there. I wouldn't want
It's
to.
not a kind of chaos. It's called protesting.
Well,
What's
protesting.
a Million Man March? What's a Million Man March a protest?
Yeah,
I
but
mean, a chaos.
yeah, but
Is that
no,
chaos?
the Million Man March is when they went to Washington, and they were just for the most part in one location. They weren't all over the streets, and I mean, the protests in Minnesota are everywhere, just like ICE is. Wherever ICE shows up, protesters show up. So you could be just driving home, and all of a sudden you can't get down the street because the protesters are yelling at ICE. I mean, that's just happening all over the city. Most protests are not like
I
that.
don't call that chaos, though, Tim. Getting shot in the back while you're lying on the ground unarmed.
No,
That's chaos.
no, that's criminal. That's criminal.
Yeah.
Chaos just means you're not free to flow throughout the city with your daily duties. You don't go to the store because protesters and shit's going on. I mean, everywhere you go, there may be lines and blockades, so you can't just flow as normal. That's chaos. What happened to Preddy looks more criminal.
When you say chaos, I'm thinking that there's vandalism, that there's things on fire. That I thought that's kind of what you were saying with chaos. That might
There's
when you say
levels.
Chaos, that I define it.
My guess is there's certain. My guess is the word "fuck ICE" has probably been spray painted on shit. So there is vandalism. Setting things on. I mean, there's fireworks going off in the street. I mean, it's not George Floyd. It's not it's not burning stuff down to that level, but it is chaos. It's just not as chaotic as the George Floyd protests.
Not as destructive. There's not as much law breaking. I mean, they're staying within the realm. Yeah. Are they being probably a nuisance to some? Like you said, shit, I'm just trying to get down this block and I'm going to have to wait 4 hours for this crowd of people to go by. So, yeah, I guess you could say some of that.
And I will say, when you say the law break, I will say ICE is breaking a lot of laws too. During the George Floyd protest, most of the law breaking was being done by the protesters and the citizens. Under ICE is violating a lot of laws. If you're just standing there filming them, they may come up and take your phone. That's a crime. I mean, they may shove you to the ground. It's not just people fucking with ICE that are getting punished. Some people, ICE is fucking with people too. They actually are doing their own form of crime.
Yeah, well, the first one, the big film, The Woman in Pink, that's what we refer to as, that saw Alex getting pew-pewed, trying to be appropriate. She was originally detained and they took her phone for a little while before they released her, and then we got to see the footage of it.
Yeah, and I don't know if we'll ever see the footage on Alex Preddy's phone. They may have erased that. Huh?
Yeah, what happened to that phone?
Ain't shit happened to it. It's going to disappear. Before you know it, the Trump administration will say we couldn't unlock it or it's been destroyed or misplaced. I don't think you're ever going to see that footage because it's probably...
Never going to see? We've only got half the files. There's half, and they're saying, well, we're done with this.
Yeah.
No, you signed... Donald Trump signed it into law himself.
Yeah.
You must surrender all the files that you have, and you're already breaking the law by like 45, 46 days now.
Yeah,
what the fuck are we allowing this to happen for?
Good luck with that. Yeah, because Alex Preddy's phone is not only going to show what was happening as they're walking up to him, what may be more damning is what the actual ICE agents were saying while they were beating his ass and stuff like that. They may have been cussing him out, saying all kinds of awful. I mean, you're not going to get that phone. You're probably not going to get that phone.
So I haven't seen it yet, and I think some of it has slipped out. But 2 of the agents had body cams. I understand. So we'll be interested to see that too. Is that going to come out?
Yeah, good luck. And that may not. I mean, Trump may say what a lot of departments say anytime something controversial happens. Until there's an investigation, we can't release it. You know, until the investigation is done, we can't, and which could obviously take quite a while. I mean, they could string that out for the rest of his term, or certainly after the midterms, just until we're done with the investigation. That's what even in local police will say that. They only show you the footage really quick when it condemns the deceased or it makes the cops look good. But when the cops are controversial, well, suddenly an investigation is going and we can't release it until it concludes. So I don't think you're going to get it anytime soon.
What happened here, though, on this day shows me that MAGA and what have you is not afraid of sacrificing people for their cause. It makes me definitely look at Butler a little more suspicious.
Butler?
I'm just,
Butler who? Who's Butler?
no, Pennsylvania. Butler,
Oh.
Pennsylvania. The assassination attempt.
You mean on the governor burning his house down?
No.
Oh, you mean Trump? Somebody tried his ear.
Yeah, hitting the ear. Come on. That kid was a sacrificial lamb. I'm sorry. And that firefighter was just friendly, like straight fire. I promise you.
So
that.
wait a minute.
But
You
anyway,
believe that Trump set up his own assassination attempt for what? Sympathy?
Yeah. For the I'm a hero. I'm the greatest American ever. I'm gonna cut my ear and then jump up and say fight, fight, fight. Yeah.
How in the hell could he possibly?
Fuck what you did. That was staged.
So the projectile missed entirely, and it's like a 1980s wrestling match. He just pulled out a razor blade and cut his ear.
Well, the Ori got cut while he was being tackled. He was more concerned about getting his shoes back on than going to safety. I mean, come on. And yeah, I really think they had every intention of unaliving that kid. That was planned. I really believe this.
I'm going to say the same thing I say with the 2020 election. I got to see proof of that. I don't buy conspiracies from the right, but I can't buy them from the left if I'm being fair and unbiased, or biased rather, unbiased.
Oh,
rather.
I agree, and I hate saying it this way, but now that we've seen he's not afraid to sacrifice American citizens and defend them and defend the people that did it, it kind of makes me think, well, okay, what's this kid? This kid had, we know very little about him. Usually there would be a massive investigation. We know everything about this man. Who was the guy that...
We don't know a lot about Tyler Robinson, the Charlie Kirk guy, either.
Right. That one is pretty effed up too. But I'm not gonna. I don't know. And anyways, the last thing I'm gonna leave you with them, and this is another conspiracy theory. But go look at. I wish I knew the name of it, but I'm sure someone in the chat does. In New York, there is a very, very, very blue area. Every single ballot, lots of the ballots, straight blue, except there was not a single Kamala vote. That is actually getting traction.
Yeah, that don't make any. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Right, yeah, go look at it. It is actually in the courts, and they're looking at it because that's weird. It's very blue, and and I believe last I knew, in that place, Rockland County, New York. Thank you, Rockland County, New York. Very blue, not a single Kamala vote.
Yeah, I'd have to see that. That doesn't make any sense. I seen the comment. Straight Talk is saying, "I give you plenty of time to talk, but I don't give him."
We get a long pretzel.
Yeah, there's no the level of counterpoints are not there. So of course you say some pretty wild shit, Straight Talk. So it's different. Fuzzer, thanks for coming up.
I would like to see Straight Talk and
Gangsta Grandma.
Yeah, I would like to see Greg's and Grandma, the two of them, just go at it on a debate.
You wouldn't be able to hear it. They would just be talking 20 minutes each.
Shame.
Yeah, they would
They'd
talk.
be both sucking each other's dicks and all that stuff. I don't know. But anyways, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Fuzzer. Thanks for coming through. Wow, I hope that would be crazy. All right, by the way, moving on with the program. Tap the screen, of course. I'm going to always ask that. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap goal. Looking in the comments before we move on, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Hey, Tim, I want to let you know that your other YouTube channel shut down for a weird reason. I had to reset it. I don't know. For some reason, YouTube is doing something weird there, Dark Side, but I reset it. So it's been up for a while now. Has anyone seen the big blockbuster Smash Melania yet? No, and I actually was tempted to see it. I mentioned that at the opening of this show and had a hell of a lot of African Americans tell me I would be a sellout for going to see Melania because there's a lot of people boycotting it. I think Australia's boycotting Melania as well. Look, my opinion is she's the first lady. So I'm big on politics. Same reason why I went to Trump rallies. I wanted to see the other side. Look, I lean left. Not far left, but I do lean left politically on a lot of issues like pro-choice, pro-life, religion, and things like this. So, but I do want to hear how the other side thinks. So I did go to a couple Trump rallies, and I go to some Republican rallies just like I go to some Democrat rallies. It is what it is. But yeah, Melania Trump's the first lady. I don't see how seeing the movie she puts out makes you a sellout. But a lot of folks did say that if I go to see Melania's movie, I'm a sellout. You better not pay for that movie, sis. It says, hey, is that Jesus or Jesus? Respect is earned. Fair enough. That's right. We are excited to go see her. She had it rough. Worked her butt off. I don't know about all that. I mean, Trump did all the work. Melania just rode with the punches. Hell, Melania Trump stayed in New York for quite a bit of Trump's first term. She didn't even go to the White House. I don't know how she's done a whole bunch of work. What is she known for as first lady? Be best? Going down to check on the immigrants with a jacket on that says, I don't care, do you? She's not. And I bet you that ain't in that fucking movie. Could be wrong, but I bet you that ain't in that movie that she went to check on children in cages while wearing a jacket that said, I don't care, do you? I bet you that ain't in that movie. Melania was a hooker. Damn. Says big US or something. I don't know about it. Exactly what is she known for? Being the first lady, really. Somebody said showing her vagina off. What worked her vagina? She is very involved in the youth. So was Michelle Obama. You didn't like that. Michelle Obama was talking about making lunches healthier for kids and stuff like that. It was so unpopular having a first lady telling kids what to eat. Kennedy comes along, does the same damn thing, promoting whole milk, and now all of a sudden it's great. Go figure. Tap the screen, get us up to 125. I'll go back to the box. She's known for being hot as fuck, says Straight Talk. Yeah. She's a trophy wife. She should be hot. She's 30 years his junior? I mean, she literally is a mail order bride. She should be hot. Nicole G, you bet your ass off it's not in the movie. That jacket expresses just how she feels. She's no better than Trump. They are two peas in a pod. Yeah, that jacket thing was bad. Nicole, good evening.
What's going on, Tim?
You know, hanging around like Al Sharpton at a Klan meeting. So, what do you think now that the Trump administration has completed over a year? How is it looking to you so far?
Hold on. Because we had this conversation when that motherfucker first got elected. And what did I tell you? I told you all of this stuff. You was like, no. I said he wanted us to be a third world country. I said that he was going to continue to suck whatchamacallit off in Russia. I was calling him Putin's bitch.
I haven't seen either one of those things.
Me yet. Huh?
I haven't seen any evidence that he wants us to be a third world country or even him sucking off Putin. I mean, I haven't seen him doing anything to kiss up to Putin.
Did that war end yet? Did the war end yet?
No.
We over here bombing everybody but Putin. Putin is probably the person that deserves most of that shit.
Well, we don't.
Bombing boats.
Well, you say Putin is the one that deserves most of it. That depends on if we think that Ukraine is worth fighting over, like they're a member of NATO. A lot of folks don't feel that Ukraine is a big ally like that.
So somewhere along the line, Venezuela just happened to be the most drug. country that's sending shit. We got Mexico, we got Colombia, we got several other places to go before we get to Venezuela.
I don't disagree with that, but they did have a couple extra gallons of oil hanging around.
Then let's call a spade a spade. I want your shit. And the only reason why he even thinking of helping Ukraine is because he wanted to go over and take their minerals and stuff too.
But a lot of people.
So it's more so about being like Putin and North Korea and China, all of these dictators. He looks up to them. He thinks that he can do whatever the fuck he wants to, and he's clearly doing it. You seen what happened to Don Lemon.
So yeah, we talked about that yesterday. So what about the notion that he said, if you vote for me, you're going to get tired of winning? He is winning. You're even admitting he's doing whatever the fuck he wants.
No. Because winning was bringing down the groceries. Winning was bringing down prices. None of that shit has changed, but he is telling you that it did.
No, winning is doing whatever the fuck we want for MAGA causes. Maybe it has nothing to do with the economy.
Right, and it has nothing to do with the Constitution either, because he clearly does not give a fuck about that.
Yeah, but what about he's getting rid of blue-haired liberals, and we're going to know what a woman is finally. We're going to bring Christianity back in schools. Maybe there are other issues. We're going to be pro-life and not let folks just do. There are other issues that MAGA favors that he is winning in regards to.
And being a racist.
Plus or minus a little bit of hate, that kind of happens.
So they show all four of the recent journalists, only people that get arrested, right? So basically, this is his playbook. Anybody that badmouthed me during any administration, you can get jail time, especially if you're a journalist. If you're black or brown, you can get jail time. But the white people that don't agree with him, he will jail them as well, right? Those are the only people that he looked to jail. The Republicans can lie, they can rape Epstein, they can do whatever they want to. They can do anything they want to, and no one will be the wiser, and no one will complain, because white people are not going to get it wrong with this president.
Well, he doesn't favor dissenting opinion, so he don't like to be criticized. I mean, he believes that he has the right vision for America. And by the way, in the comments, Big C says he is not racist. So what's making you call the guy racist?
Everything he does is racist.
Examples.
Here's the delusional part of this thing that just bothers me. These people, you can see it blatantly. No, what are the shithole countries? What are the shithole countries? He's not talking about any country that's white. Well, it's only a brown or a black country.
Perhaps he's talking about countries he think is poorly ran. And I think Big C is a black person. It looks like, if I can see the picture, but he may be.
Then second, what about the fact that the immigrants that he's going after, Somalians, Haitians, Puerto Ricans, anybody with a brown skin. I mean, you could be white, you might tan too much and you might get caught up in that shit. So, but you know that there's plenty of Russian immigrants, Ukrainian immigrants. There are white immigrants here. Do you ever see them? Because I live in Naperville, or I did live in Naperville. I never seen ICE agents in Naperville. That's a Republican area.
Well,
I've never seen them.
Well, in defense of Trump, let's be clear. Most of the immigrants in this country that are undocumented or here illegally, they are brown or black. So it should be a much more disproportionate amount of ICE agents.
How many Somalians are here?
That's just Somalis. That's not Haitians. Right, that's not Dominican Republic.
But you skipped over Chinese, Asian, all these other people. They are not here legally. They're not as many as the Hispanic community. We know that. But at the same time, there's other immigrants. So here's the obvious. Didn't they arrest one of the boxers?
Boxers?
Yeah, I can't think of his name, but he got arrested maybe around the time. He was a famous boxer, but he got arrested. But I told you about this girl named Valdi or something. She was a Russian immigrant. She came over here and she ripped off several people in New York. The heifer wound up getting out of jail, getting interviewed on CNN, and getting on Dancing with the Stars. She She should have been the first one
But,
deported.
but what about in the comments? Like Maga Reacts points out, because you said he only went after black and brown. He did arrest, a whole factory of Koreans. They ended up getting deported, like 400 or something like that of them. So he's went after other groups.
That's just, hey, let's throw somebody else.
Oh, come on. You're going to say he didn't do it, but then when we give you an example that he did
I'm
do
just
it.
saying, I'll give him credit for it.
Okay.
Yeah. That's like saying I shot 1,000 black people, but I hit 2 whites. What?
Well, but as I stated before, there are far more black and brown immigrants in this country than there are Asian and white.
Yes, but at the same time, you're also grabbing up citizens. You're actually shooting and killing citizens. Like, we cannot get this twisted. This stuff is really jeopardizing what we will consider our futures. He has stripped us of damn near Social Security. Anything that will happen if I lose my job or if I don't have whatever financial things to fall back on, food stamps, all of these different things, he's made it difficult. These things going on for a long period of time will make this country worse. And it will put us in the third world status. He's already raising tariff. Who wants to fucking do business with us?
I mean, I get your point, but the fact is, there's a lot of...
You got to tear down every institution. You got a lot of shit to do. But he's doing a very good job of it. It's only 1 year.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but fact is, there's a large portion of American voters that believe this is the path to greatness that Trump has us on.
No, this is the path to whiteness. And here's my other question. And I'm not racist at all, but at the same time,
wait, African Americans always say anytime somebody started a sentence off with I'm not racist, but
I feel like we have come a long way, and I feel like the issue at hand is like DEI. Why would you fucking get rid of DEI? I feel like the reason DEI is such an issue right now because there's been too many minorities they feel have gained favor from it, when that's not the case. Do you think that's going to stop black attorneys? Do you think that's going to stop brown attorneys from getting those degrees that they got? No. Barack, all of these people have come a long way.
Explain it. Okay, here, this is what I want you to do, because a lot of folks are hearing you talk about why didn't he get rid of DEI, and they're thinking you're crazy. Give me your opinion of why we should have kept DEI.
Because it levels the playing field for some poor child, whether they're white minority.
Well, how about the idea that a lot of whites were saying that DEI was making it so that whites that may have had the merit, education, and resume could not get a job or could not get interest into a college, because now you got this where you got to have a certain amount of black people, and just to meet that number, you're putting in black or brown people that do not have the qualification of some of these whites you're disqualifying.
Is so just because you had the plantation on lockdown all along, and then you realize that you should be free or you are free, and then you started acting like you free. You start reading, you start writing, but these motherfuckers in the house been reading and writing all they fucking lives. They done wrote all the books. They done wrote all the everything, and now you supposed to go along to get along for the rest of your life. Make that shit make sense. They had hundreds of years of head start before us. So now that we are in the playing field, and what incited this man to go ahead and run for office, it wasn't that he really wanted to be president. He wanted to show up Barack.
You think you think the primary reason Trump ran for office was to show up Barack Obama?
Yes. What president, look, this is, and even Melania, right? Because I heard that Michelle has some movie coming out as well. They are
Michelle Obama has a movie coming out?
Yeah, I just heard this earlier today. So I heard that Amazon invested a lot of money into this. But
40 mil. Yeah, 40 mil.
You just laid off how many employees? But you put up this bullshit ass movie about Melania that ain't did a goddamn thing.
Listen.
What did she do?
Because making a movie about Melania is going to put you in favor with the Trump administration. Hang on before you respond. Cowboy says if it's a job that's not hiring minorities at all who are qualified, I could see the argument. So he's saying that,
Yeah, I would say that too.
I don't think anybody that is not qualified should get the job. That's stupid. But clearly we have an administration full of people that are not qualified. They're just a bunch of ass kissers, right? If you can show me loyalty, then I'll take you in. What? That's it. If that's the case, if that's the new employment standard, then it's fair for everybody. Just kiss ass when you go to the interview and you should get hired. Fuck the fact that I got a bachelor's in law or associate's in law or I'm getting my JD in law. No. If I can kiss your ass better than the person that came in here before you, you should hire me.
I mean, let's be clear. Nepotism is probably, listen, when I worked at AT&T in Chicago, I bring this up all the time, that I tried to get into that company and I took the test after getting my degree. And they would not hire me. There was a lot of people who wanted to get in there. But when my dad passed away, who was a lineman for AT&T, and all of the drivers showed up to his funeral, and I asked them, "Well, what's up with a job?" I mean, I had HR actually call me after they did that. So getting into a job because of who you know versus what you know, it's always been that way. Even a lot of
But nepotism is different from, not saying that it's right, because I got my job at AT&T basically the same way. Man, they called me. I wasn't even through having my baby. My mama was still working at AT&T. But that in itself, they didn't give you the job because it was just your father. They had to look, he passed the test already. You know what I mean? I've never heard anybody say, I didn't have a goddamn piece of electrical experience and AT&T hired me. I've never heard that. You've had to have some kind of capacity to do the job that we did, even though it's pretty easy and they can train you. But what we were doing, whether outside.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, that at the point where you're getting in jobs where you have no training, that's Hunter Biden and Barron Trump level. Real quick in the comments, why the fuck did we give our nukes? Why the fuck did we give up our nukes? Says Alan one says we simply trusted the United States and now we're not worth fighting for. Oh, okay. And to the caller, ICE has detained a few Ukrainians as well, and we have TPS. Huh?
No, he said a few.
Yeah. But well, listen, there are going to be far more black and brown people in this country, undocumented and illegally, than Ukrainians.
They were shipping them people in just as fast as they were shipping those Venezuelans in. They were coming over here. Yes.
Compared to black and brown, I mean, every major city you go to, you got areas where black and brown immigrants. Ukrainians? It's not even close.
No, I'm speaking. I'm not saying they're here at the magnitude of the black and brown immigrants. I'm saying that during the time that war started, they were bringing them over here in droves. He even had enough nerve to bring whites from South Africa, trying to act like they were just being murdered in the street, and it might have been one or two. His numbers are always off. And they will find a reason to pull out of their ass to explain it, no matter what. Here's my other thing. I've been looking every time I see this video. Every time I see an ICE agent, are there any minorities that work for
I've seen a few. It ain't many. You don't see a lot of women either. There are, but it's not. You know what they know? There are Hispanics that work for ICE. There's plenty of.
I seen it, but yeah, because look like the dude that was on the video or somebody that got fired. He was maybe Hispanic. I don't know. I don't remember what his name was, but it's not many. It seems like they are like the new KKK. Like for real. Yes.
Ooh. I've heard people.
Look, you can't be on the streets, right? Even for the police that are out on the streets, they try or they're taught to try to de-escalate a situation. It seems like once you get the video feed of what they're saying, it will probably piss anybody off, right? White, black, red, blue, purple. But we are actually looking like some of these other countries if you look at our streets. We are out now protesting and trying to be controlled, not by our police, not by the feds. Not we got the fucking ICE people running around like they Gestapo and they just doing whatever they want to do. Like too many people are losing their lives rapidly. This is not going to go away unless he takes those people off.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you because I mean, when you look at the length of time that ICE has been in Minnesota, what has it been, a month or two? The amount of listen, we can talk about whether Renee Nicole Good was blocking traffic and committing a crime or how you feel about Alex Preddy, but fact is, there's a lot of videos.
Say that's not the protocol. You don't incite more violence.
That's the point I'm making.
De-escalate.
Yeah. And that's the point I'm making is there are a lot of videos of ICE agents doing things that are criminal. In that little span of time that they've been there, there's a lot of videos. They clearly are there doing things that are not, as you say, according to protocol or even illegal. I mean, that's not even talking about Renee Nicole and Alex Preddy.
They make the police departments look like non-factories. Like the things that the police do, like I can see sometimes maybe, I thought he had a gun, or it's a real life and danger situation. People are just out protesting peacefully, and you get killed. What the fuck?
Yeah. Some of them maybe. Well, I don't know. You think that Alex Preddy was peacefully protesting?
Well, if he kicked the back of the tire, yes, he was not being peaceful at that time. But you're in a big ass truck. Do you have to get out? He kicked.
You guys, wait a minute. You're gonna tell me that a federal vehicle, or even if it was your city police, you do that much damage, kicking that tail light out, that's gonna be a few $100s worth of damage to that vehicle. They gonna get out. In fact, he should have been arrested. That probably is enough damage to constitute. Usually, about $300 worth of damage is a felony. That would probably constitute as a mild felony for what he did to that car.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Arrest him. The man shouldn't have lost his life.
No, I don't. I agree with you there. But they should have. If he kicked up, well, he did kick out the vehicle. But if he also spat on an officer, which also is a felony, they should have just arrested him and charged him. He should not have even been free the day he got killed. He should have been still.
Or maybe they should have just George Floyd him and put their knee on his neck. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, we are just out of control in America. I'm sorry. I might be a little irate because I'm really annoyed at the...
It looks bad. I'm not going to argue with you. It looks bad to have ICE agents 3-5 times the size of their own police force roaming all over the city, deliberately fucking with people. I don't have an answer for that. I mean, it looks bad.
Okay, let's imagine some kid watches their parents get shoved off and they throw a rock at the ICE agent. Does the ICE agent now have the right to shoot them? Like, come on, what are we doing?
No, maybe they wouldn't shoot a kid. Maybe a good ass beating for the little toddler, but I doubt they would shoot him. I'm just telling you. Let me just say it like this. This is a police force. This is a form of law enforcement you don't fuck with. They do not tolerate anything. I mean, even just yelling something at them can result in an ass beating. This is not what you're used to in law enforcement.
So make America great again means take us back to these old ass things that we used to do. This looks really similar to civil rights. Watering down people, putting all types of water hoses to them, hanging them. What? But now we doing it on live TV, and we're doing it in the midst of anybody and anywhere. They don't care. It's red or blue. That's it. Either you with Trump or you're not. So if you're not with Trump, you could possibly lose your life. What?
That's where we are going.
That's crazy.
That's where we are going forward. Nicole, I do got to move it on, but that's what we voted for. That's what people were. If anytime you see some of this stuff, look in the comments of the video. There's a lot of folks saying "Ice Ice Baby," and that's what I voted for. Thanks
Hold
for
on, Tim. You better not go to that goddamn movie. I tell you that. You better.
What's wrong with going to see Melania?
You better go watch it on bootleg. I don't care where you see it at, but it better not be you better not have to spend $10 or 10 cents for it. Whatever money they paid them from Amazon, let that be the last fucking dime they received. This nigga done sold gold shoes to everything under the sun. I cannot take it. I'm over it. I'm sorry. I can't. You better not go. I'll check with you. I'm going to call you later and make sure you don't go.
That's noted. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate it. Maybe I won't go see it. Do I look that bad going to see this movie? Big Dog, I see you in the comments with the icons there. Good evening to you. Thank you for your support of the program, by the way. Real quick, looking in the comments. Oh, Melania makes you a sellout. I see that says bet not, huh? Okay, go see Melania. I was looking forward to seeing the First Lady be best. Deporting illegals, tax cheats, and welfare frauds. You know, here's the problem, though. Like with your comment there, who posted that? Let me put on my spectacles. Son of Jack says, deported illegals, tax cheats, and welfare frauds. Where do we get around? Why is it that it seems that the right only concerns themselves with fraudulent activity from the poor, welfare frauds, immigrants, the folks that actually go up like Big Pharma, Big Oil, tobacco, that actually steals real amounts of money, where we can count digits, like, 10-digit figures and shit. Like, why you never go after them? How much money is a welfare fraud individual stealing? A few $100s a month? Over the course of a year, a welfare cheat, one welfare cheat, maybe 10 grand in fraud for a whole fucking year. I mean, they only sending you so much money. Why does it seem like that? Maybe I'm getting this wrong, but it seems like the right is only concerned about fraud when it's done from people at the bottom. I don't want the guy getting minimum wage to get an increase because I only make $15 an hour. What about the dude that just started all of a sudden getting a $20 million bonus while laying off a bunch of people? What about him? The dude at the bottom, you only seem to look down. That's my analysis of that. Big dog, yeah, appreciate the hat mustache. But it does seem like, and I've heard many folks on the right, particularly my beloved MAGA, state that I've never gotten a job from a poor person. So maybe that has something to do with it. I think the right tends to believe if you look out for the wealthy, some of that will in turn trickle down from them and they'll help out the poor. I'm not going to get any help from the poor, so fuck them. That's the way I see it. We'll go back to the box, tap the screen, get us on up to 135. We'll take the next caller at that point. America is a developed country. Why can't it, like normal countries, provide normal free medicine for its citizens? America is the richest country in the world. Selfishness. America is also a capitalist country. We probably focus more on capitalism than other countries in the world. Capitalism isn't about sharing. Capitalism isn't about equality. Capitalism is about enriching oneself to no end. So the reason you don't have those social programs you're pointing out is because the wealthy in America are not known for sharing. Who's the world's richest man right now? Elon Musk? Have you heard anything about him being very charitable? He's not. I mean, President Trump's doing pretty damn well right now. Do you hear him? He would let you know, by the way. He would let you know if he was making all sorts of donations to charities. Do you hear him talking about that? He's obviously making a fortune. He's suing the IRS now for $10 billion. The wealthy don't like to share. So that has a lot to do with why you don't have those social programs in this country. A lot of folks believe I got mine. You need to figure out a way to get yours. If you can't, sorry for you. Looking in the comments, Tim, what are you talking about? The right only targets the poor frauds. They tried to focus on bigger frauds and the left chased Elon the fuck out of Washington. What? The right didn't try to chase bigger fraud. What are you talking about? Think about what Elon did. He fired a bunch of federal fucking workers. He didn't go after rich corporations. He fired a bunch of federal workers. And he cut funding for stuff like USAID, which was actually dealing with the poorest of the poor. That's what he really did. That's what Doge did. Most of the shit Doge did affected poor people, middle class at best. Federal workers, USAID, and other programs like that, fucking FEMA, and all of the stuff that would help out people that are at the bottom. What are you talking about? Give me some corporations that they really went out there and did some real shit. A man's responsibility to himself is to maintain presence, and being stupid is not doing that. I don't know where you're going with that, but If black people can get this country, they would just give it away. Give it away to who, though, Creed? Give it away to who? This sounds like the whole argument of blacks sold their people into slavery. Okay, well, who took the people? Give it away to who? You can't give it away unless somebody else is there to take it. I don't totally disagree with you that if blacks own the country, they might not make the same fuck up that they have in the past and start allowing visitors from countries that intend to exploit their resources and colonize them. They ain't giving it away. The people are taking it, though. It's the same thing that's happening in Nigeria and all the blood diamonds and all this shit you hear. They ain't giving it away. The people find smart backdoor ways of taking this shit. So that could happen. That actually could happen. Elon fired the office that checked on fraud in banking and home buying in ordinary people. Trump wants the wealthy to cheat the middle class. That's kind of the way I seem to see it. Trump is pro-wealthy. I don't see where they're really tackling fraud at the highest levels. I see them going more for fraud at the bottom. Looking in the comments here, what about the Epstein files? What do we say on every program? The Epstein files is a 90-10 issue. The Trump supporters, folks on the right, 90% of what Trump is doing is great for this country. I'm not going to throw him under the bus for the other 10% of shit I don't like. Some of that 10% being, look, I don't like what happened on Epstein's Island or the fact that he hung around a pedo or may have been involved in some of that shit. I don't like that. But he's certainly a much better president than Kamala Harris. I like the tariffs. I like et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're not going to throw him under the bus. It's a 90-10 issue. That's the way I see it. So, and when I say that because I don't think anything is going to come out in regards to the Epstein files that is going to make MAGA turn on Trump. Up to and including this claim that he entered a 13-year-old digitally. I think it would be more of a case that if Trump says I didn't do it, they would just believe Trump and that the information is not factual. As I always point out, I've asked MAGA ever since the January 6th hearings committees, the same question over and over again. That question being, let's pretend like Trump actually did something really bad that was wrong. Not saying he did. This is how I frame it. Not saying he did. But let's say if he really did something wrong, who could tell you if he is denying it and you would actually believe them? Over and over again, the answer is nobody. There is no, if Trump is saying he didn't do it, who is going to be telling you otherwise? CIA, NSA, heads of the military, probably the FBI, maybe the Department of Justice. Trump has no problem convincing MAGA that all of those entities are lying if he needs to. Done a pretty good job with that on the 2020 election. So the point I'm saying is if he's saying he didn't do it, they ain't going to believe it. So it doesn't matter if the Epstein files paint him in a bad light. If he says he didn't do it, it's over with. They're going to go with that. Looking in the comments, people are starting to believe stop the lies. People ain't starting to believe shit. Look at the polls. It ain't. You don't see MAGA turning on Trump. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with Love to Cruz, one of my subs. Good evening, Love to Cruz. I think you brought him up. For some reason, TikTok can be slow on this. 43 approval. Yeah, but with MAGA, his approval rating ain't dropping. It may be with the country. It may be swaying with independents. Certainly, you're not going to have many, minorities and stuff like that. I'm sure it's swaying with, but MAGA is looking at Trump, still saying he's the best president we've ever had. His numbers ain't dropping with MAGA to any significant degree. Why can't we get a president who's not corrupt, young, 38 and up, not over 50 or 60 military experience, good with diplomatic and other good stuff? Because there's people that don't want that. First of all, being young is going to likely turn off a lot of older folks who are more reliable to vote. So a lot of folks that are in their senior citizen years, worried about retirement and Medicare and stuff like that, may be turned off by somebody in their 30s. You ain't experienced enough, you young whippersnapper. So that may be one problem, because the youth, the youth do not show up as reliably to the polls as the elderly do. So that may have something to do with it. Now when you say certainly you say not even over 50 or 60, that would disqualify my ass from voting or being a president. I'm too old because I'm over 50. Wow, you really want them young. You also say military experience. I'm in the air on that. I'm up in the air on that because while I favor having military experience, it can also create leaders that are hawkish. The John McCains, the George W. Bushes, folks who may be more apt to use the military. Now, Trump has no military experience, and he has no problem using the military. So, what I'm saying can go either way. But I'm saying also, if you use folks that are from the military, sometimes they can be more hawkish as well. Not to mention they're probably going to blow up the military budget. You're from the military, you're probably pro-military. So you're not going to hear too many military contracts that you don't like. So I'm 6.5 or 6.5 or the other dozen on that one. And you say good with diplomatic and other good. That's Obama. Obama was diplomatic as hell. Probably the best we've had since who? I guess Reagan was good at it. But Obama was better than HW. Clinton, I think he was probably, I don't know, because look, he's black and, international. Some people have their own view of black. But I think Obama was probably one of the best to do it. So I'll certainly say that. Looking in the comments, Tim, tell him could you please tell your audience there's no such thing as a politician that is honest? Well, Straight Talk says Trump has never lied. So how about that one? But you're right. There's no such thing as a politician that's honest. The problem is Trump set the stage that he was going to be different than a lot of shit that he's now being compared to. He was going to drain the swamp, expose the deep state, and all this other great shit that he has not measured up to. Suddenly we're comparing him to Biden and all of the other presidents in the past. Well, they did it too. You're supposed to be different. So at least in that area of being a drain the swamp, honest politician that he painted this portrait of himself being, he has not measured up to that. He absolutely has not measured up to that. Let me go back to the box and we'll make it happen with Faceless American. Good evening. All he's doing is stealing and grifting. Jesus. Faceless, good evening.
How's it going, man? Long time no speak.
Good to have
Still
you back
handsome
on.
as ever, by the way, I gotta say.
Say that again?
I said handsome as ever, the bald head.
I may have to go to the hair club for men and be a client. Who knows?
No, I don't agree with everything Trump has done. Okay, I don't agree with everything that he said. We've had this conversation before. I don't know if you remember or not, but people don't look at a lot of the things and they look at American news. But if you go and you look, like with the meeting he had in the Oval Office after, damn it, my brain is taking apart, Davos, okay? Mm-hmm. They were like, oh yeah, he's this and he's that. And they made it sound like he really screwed the pooch in that office. But
that's the meeting where he pretty much said, fuck everybody with NATO and how they would be speaking German in Switzerland if it wasn't for us. You're telling me about that? How did that come out?
Well, the news here is saying that he screwed it. He screwed it up. That's okay.
I think the international news said worse.
Actually, no, they didn't. They were actually giving him credit because if you look since like 46, 47, it started with Churchill. They took more from the U.S. than they put back in. Okay, they were suckling off of us, and they've continued to do this. Now, the European nations, if you go the House of Commons, and you can find this video, the House of Commons actually came over here. One of the members of the House of Commons came, or the House of Lords, it was one of the two, Commons, I believe, came to the U.S., spoke to senators, okay, and they assured him all you have to do is outlast Trump and everything will go back to normal.
I believe
And he
that.
gave that reassurance. Now, what does he mean by that? What does he mean by normal? What do these people do when they go into a country, when they want to overthrow something, when they want to move something? And you'll find experts who have studied these things, and a lot of this cartel activity, the placement of things, and the way it's done is to take away from the sovereignty of countries and nations, okay? They do that because they're going for control.
Yeah.
And you have to dig into that to look at it. So people see what Trump is doing as being these stupid maneuvers.
Here's where you're losing me at.
Which some of them are.
Yeah, here's where you lose me, and certainly Trump loses me as well. When we talk about these nations, as you stated, your wording was suckling off of us. You ever heard of the phrase "pay the cost to be the boss"?
Not in that way, but yeah.
The point I'm making is we're the only nation that freely travels in all of the 7 seas, got bases on everybody's continent, bases in everybody's backyard. And all. You can't expect everybody else to pay an equal share when you're doing shit that we wouldn't let other countries have bases throughout Canada and all in the Caribbean and shit. Like, if you want something that you don't want anybody else to have, like Trump is talking about he wants Greenland now because they don't want China and Russia there. When we're all over the place near China and Russia, we're all in their backyard, but we're telling them they can't be in ours. When you want all of this stuff that you don't want nobody else to have, you can't expect everybody else to pay the same as you. You got to pay the cost to be the boss. So the idea that the NATO member nations ain't paying their fair share when they're not getting their fair share of control doesn't make sense to me. We should be paying more. We got a lot more control over everything that goes on than any of those other nations.
So it doesn't matter then that things around the Greenland and the Arctic, you look at the increase in Chinese activity, Russian activity, all of that is increased exponentially, like 50 to 60%. Now, over the last couple of years, it's only gone up, I think, 1 or 2%. But they have nuclear subs based there. They have all those things along the coast, and that's what that.
But that goes back to my point, though. That goes back to my original point: is that if this stuff is happening around Greenland that you say, if all the NATO member nations should pay an equal fair share, then all the NATO member nations should get a vote on if Greenland is under threat or not. The United States is not only saying our word about Greenland matters, but we're going to own it. It's not going to be in the hands of NATO. We're going to take it over. So if you want to have that kind of power to be the leader, then you got to pay more. I mean, if everybody paying a fair share, the same share, then why should America get the leadership on what to do with Greenland? It should be all the NATO member nations involved in that. You got to pay the cost to be the boss.
I don't think he's going for anything that I mean, honestly, I don't think he doesn't even want to keep a lot of the military bases abroad open.
I'm just hearing we need to own Greenland for America's security, not for security of NATO. Not NATO having anything. We're literally taking Greenland from NATO and saying we're going to own it. But we think NATO member nations should all pay an equal share. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I don't think he's actually going to take it over. Trump is.
He's not taking it over because the NATO member nation stood up and said we're willing to die on this hill. But that was his plan, was to take it. He didn't expect him to stand up for a country of only 56,000 people, but they did. So it's over with.
Well, I don't know. I don't see NATO as anything other than, a way to keep people in check. But I'm not justifying everything that Trump is doing.
Do you think we would be better off without NATO?
At this point, probably. I mean, what did they really do for America?
They allow America intelligence. They allow America to travel freely throughout their land, something we would not allow them to do. We can put the military in their countries anytime we want. We can sell their seas and waterways anytime we want. We can fly over their airspace with military vehicles anytime we want. All stuff we wouldn't allow them to do. That's what they do for us.
So you would be okay with China being off our southern, like say, in South America?
No, but I have to question why. No, I wouldn't want China that close. But I do have to question two things. First thing I got to question is, what is America seeing that NATO does not? They share intelligence. Why is America coming to a conclusion that all of these NATO member nations combined are saying it ain't as bad as they say? Even the people of Greenland are like, the Chinese ain't and Russians ain't doing all this stuff. They're all denying that. It's very similar to the boats off the coast of Venezuela, where you got a lot of nations down there like, this is not happening the way he's telling you guys.
Well, and a lot of things haven't happened in the past that, the news is broadcasting either. Like when Vladimir Zelensky came over to meet with Trump before that wonderful, swimming suit or whatever the hell the gym suit. That was the stupidest damn thing I've ever seen. But
the man is at war. The man is. You expect you're going to complain about the guy not wearing a three-piece suit? He's at war.
Well, it was definitely casual wear. But I don't give a rat's ass about that. But before he went there, he had talked to Trump, and Trump seemed pretty optimistic, as far as what he was saying happened over the phone and the conversation. He was whatever. But Zelensky actually met with Democrats before that. And then when he came in, it was a different story.
I think a lot of that was tainted by the fact that Trump started out indicating he was more favorable to Putin than he was to the Ukraine. He has since indicated that the Ukraine would be better off surrendering some of their territory. He has blamed the Ukrainians for the war to begin with. I mean, the Democrats are just far more favorable to the plight of the Ukrainians than Trump has been.
Well, I just happened to catch something down there in the bottoms about how bad he is in foreign affairs. So he hasn't done anything good, and this is for Robot Chick or whatever the name is. Robot.
Okay.
I don't know. I caught Giant Robot, and I thought it was a woman, but looks like a female robot, so I assumed. I'm sorry for offending, But
yeah, well, you're talking about somebody. What I'm saying though is there's a reason. The way Biden viewed the Ukrainian war versus Trump is nowhere near as much of an ally to the Ukrainians as the Democrats were. That's the reason for the difference. In fact, I'm hearing that France gave intelligence because NATO member nations are now giving the Ukrainians intelligence because Trump had cut that off too. But from what I hear, the French deliberately gave America some false intelligence, and it got back to Russia. They gave several different nations, including the Ukrainians, intelligence reports because they wanted to see was there a leak. And for some reason, the intelligence they gave us, which was not true, fell in Russian hands. So it sounds looking as though the Trump administration is working directly with the Russians. I'm just saying the Ukrainians have a reason not to favor the Trump administration like they did Biden.
have to look into that one.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israelis have a reason to favor the Trump administration more than Biden. I mean, depending on who's in...
Started on BB.
Huh?
Don't even get me going on BB.
Well...
I support Israel, but I hate that man with a passion. He is a sneaky, slim... I mean, they were right there. They had... right up to the last second, and then he fired everything at him. You know, it's like, what the hell, man? You had a ceasefire, and then you go and you open fire. What the?
Well, when you get wait, don't just blame that on Netanyahu. When you got Trump talking about we're gonna take over Gaza and turn it into the Riviera of the Middle East and talking about finish the job, I gotta assume Benjamin Netanyahu might have got approval for what you're complaining about.
No, Trump, if I remember right, he was pretty pissed, but. You know, that's the thing. When Trump said that, I think he genuinely wanted to take and help Palestine.
How you go? He stated on record.
but he's got other Arab nations that were willing to invest and rebuild and do things.
No, he clearly stated they could not come back to Gaza. He said we're going to take it and own it and turn it into Riviera of the Middle East. So poor Palestinians cannot afford to live there anymore. So they're not coming back. He's taking their homeland.
I don't remember him saying that. I remember him saying, we can come in, we can rebuild, we can do. If you got it, show me.
Yeah, I'll see if I got it, but I'm absolutely certain he was asked, can they come back, and he said no.
Well, I know you don't talk. I know that you don't say things that you can't back up, or at least believe you saw it at one time. So if you got it, show me. Otherwise, I'll look it up too.
Yeah. But, I mean, I actually do believe that Benjamin Netanyahu, because, I mean, listen, they're getting their weapons from us. They're getting a lot of their intel from us. I mean, I believe he got approval from Trump to continue on. Now, you're saying that Trump was critical of it. I tend to think what Trump says in public may not be the same as what he's saying behind closed doors.
Well, there's a lot of that as far as, everybody gets pissed because Trump went to Venezuela and didn't notify Congress, and he was illegal. It was an illegal action and this and that, but it wasn't. And he had 48 hours to notify Congress. They were notified within 48 hours of going into Venezuela. But the media spins it that, he has no right to do it without congressional approval. But he does. 48 hours. And honestly, I don't trust Congress either side to not leak the shit out of that.
What do you mean? In what way? What do you mean?
I mean, let it be known. It always drove me nuts when I would see somebody get up there and say, well, on February 14th at 2:30 p.m., we are going to begin our assault on, and they're going to be going to coordinates west 417 degrees and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. It's like they just give it to them. If you're going to do something, and that's why it was successful, because it wasn't leaked. You didn't hear it on CNN. You didn't hear it on C-SPAN or whatever, or whatever your channels are that you listen to. But
yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Let me play this. I want to see. Okay. This may be what you and I are discussing.
For the Gaza Strip, the roughly 2 million Palestinians unveiled this loose plan, but there had been concerns that the Palestinians would not have.
Yeah, this is. I don't want to hear some report. I want to hear it coming out of his mouth, because I'm seeing plenty of clips online of apparently him saying that. I'm just trying to find one where he said.
Would Palestinians have the right to return to Gaza if they left while the rebuilding was happening?
It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return? The place has been hell. It's been one of the meanest, toughest places on earth. And right now, it's. I've seen every picture from every angle, better than if I were there. And nobody can.
Real quick, Netanyahu's smiling his ass off while you're saying that, but I'll let you.
Live there. You can't live there. So if we can build them through massive amounts of money supplied by other people, very rich nations, and they're willing to supply it. If we can build something for them in one of the countries, and it could be Jordan, it could be Egypt, it could be other countries, and you could build 4 or 5 or 6 areas. It doesn't have to be one area, but you take certain areas and you build really good quality housing, like a beautiful town, like someplace where they can live and not die. Because Gaza is a guarantee that they're going to end up dying. The same thing's going to happen again. It's happened over and over again, and it's going to happen again as sure as you're standing there, Peter. So I hope that we could do something where they wouldn't want to go back. Who would want to go back?
Is that satisfied us?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I kind of see what he's saying, but if they want to go back, they should go back. Yeah. Because the Palestinians aren't at fault. It's their leadership. Yeah. It's their captors, essentially, just like with Iran.
Yeah, and of course, if they go to some of these other countries he's naming, Hamas is going to just be in those other countries. So, I mean, everything he's talking about, all you doing is taking their country and shoving the problems of their people into other countries. And he made it clear that even the money that would be used to help out the Palestinian people ain't coming from him. He said we're gonna get it from other people. So he really ain't doing shit. Yeah, he's talking about taking their home. He's talking about taking their homeland, kicking them out, and doing essentially nothing at American expense for them. So we're gonna make money off of your homeland, and somebody else better look out for you. I mean, that's terrible. What he's painting, but the picture he's painting.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't like the idea of them not being able to return. I don't think that they wouldn't not want to return, you know?
Yeah.
I wouldn't want. I mean, yeah, it's been a hellhole for them. People, you know, unaliving every day, being, you know, boomed apart and terrorized.
But that goes to my point earlier when we were discussing, though. You got to pay the cost to be the boss. If you want to be able to do all this shit, now you in the Middle East talking about taking over somebody's country. No NATO member nation is talking about doing that kind of stuff, but those NATO member nations may suffer terrorist attacks for being a friend of somebody that's doing all this crazy shit. So, yeah, you need to pay a bit more money when you bring in all this risk. We just chilling here in France or in Denmark or Germany. We're not trying to take over the fucking world. But we may have people come to our country and blow us up because we your friends. You got to pay more money for that shit.
I don't know. The big organizations, the big superpower, you know, I don't agree with the way that they do things. And Europe, Britain has been a big piece of that. And I think if people actually look at it and look into it, they'll see what I'm saying. Yeah. Because they're the ones who do this.
You know, I'm almost wondering if NATO would not be better off without the United States. I mean, you know, folks try to make it sound like NATO wouldn't have much military might. I mean, how many countries on earth outside of maybe Russia and China could take on all of NATO and win? I mean, that would be a formidable force even without the United States. All of those countries combined as a unit. I mean, so the idea that they would be weaker without America. They may not be number one. They'd probably be at least number 2, 3, or 4. So they wouldn't have all the drama that the United States likely brings them. They may be better off without us.
Yeah, and if you, Giant Robot, if you actually look back to 1946, 1947, where a lot of this happened, you're going to find that Churchill is a big reason why Russia is the permanent boogeyman. Now, I'm not saying that Putin is, you know, Mr. You know, suave and nice and kind and gentle. If I even remotely offended him, I wouldn't walk away from him with my back to him. I would walk out backwards.
I think Russia is the perpetual boogeyman because they're our competitor. They're essentially doing the same thing we're doing. They want to have influence all over the damn place with the Soviet Union. They want to take over as many. I mean, they're doing what we're doing, but we're just further ahead at it, and we see them trying to catch up. And I think that's the reason why they're number one boogeyman. Is they're just trying to do they're trying to get where we are, and we don't want that.
Yeah, we do hate competition.
Yeah, they're just trying to get where we are. I got to move it on, though. I appreciate it. Face good.
As always, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, good to have you come back. Come on back anytime, man. Thanks for coming through.
All right, later.
All right, anytime. All right, appreciate it. By the way, tap the screen. Get us on up to 140,000. TikTok cap goal. Had mustache. I can't get some love. We try to be entertaining. Show the program some support. Republicans are stupid. They want to start World War III. I don't think the Republicans, listen, I think some of Trump's policies could lead to that. I don't know if the Republicans want to do it. I think that folks on the right believe that Trump's policies will make us stronger, not necessarily lead us into World War III. I think that many on the right, some folks on the right, maybe they my personal opinion, you can certainly tell me where I'm wrong, but I think that they underestimate the resolve of other countries. I think folks on the right, for instance, were favoring taking over Greenland because they thought it would just be an easy job to do, just like it was with Venezuela. It would be, it would just be a pushover. I don't think they want us to go up against NATO in a war. When NATO stood up and said that we're willing to die on this hill and started sending military to Greenland, all these countries did, France and Germany and all this. I didn't hear MAGA say, well, let's just go kill them all. No, they just thought Greenland would be a pushover. So I don't think they believe that, they favor World War III. I just think that they favor being the tough guy against countries that ain't gonna push back. By the way, before we go to the next caller, I don't know if you guys are aware, probably many of you are, there are major ICE protests going on today. They got this whole boycott, national strike thing going on. You may have heard that, national strike, but also in LA right now, there are literally thousands of people on the streets protesting. And the mayor of LA has deemed it to be I guess an illegal protest. Now, you got tens of thousands of people on the street. The cops can only do so much with that. And they're not just going to go home because you deemed they're out there illegally. So right now, as we speak, there's an issue going on in LA. It's all over the news nation. Trump administration must set forth an ironclad path that dramatically reforms ICE, other DHS agencies that American people know and have become lawless and heavy-handed. That's coming from Hakeem Jeffrey. So anyway, that's a post coming in. Our whole milk is in the EU. We have a whole army of gear sitting over in Europe, so we could just ship service men. They just say we take all that. If the European Union kicked America out of it, a lot of NATO is saying, a lot of MAGA is saying we don't need NATO. We can do, NATO don't mean shit to us. Kind of like what my last caller was suggesting. If all of NATO member nations said, take your military and go home, we would be a significantly weaker nation. A significantly weaker nation. One of the things that makes us strong, and thank you, Alter Ego, for the hat mustache. Appreciate that. Thank you. One of the things that makes us much stronger is we got military and forward bases in virtually everybody's backyard. They kick us out of Europe, that cancels a lot of shit. That cancels a lot of stuff. And it's a lot more expensive to wage war when you got to launch everything from the mainland U.S. You don't have refueling stations and all that kind of shit thousands of miles away where you can just take off from here or there and go do it. It would make us significantly weaker. Intelligence, all of that stuff. We get a lot of intelligence from European nations. If all of that gets broken off, I don't know why people think we don't need NATO and they are of no value. I just do not understand that, but that is what seems to be prevalent in the Trump administration. MAGA reacts, you are a fucking coward. Call me out, you punk ass bitch, says Edward Zook. I don't know what that's coming from, but appreciate your comment, I guess. Thanks for the input. MAGA reacts, good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much at all. I'm just hanging around as a punk ass bitch, I guess. Courtney Edward. I saw you in the.
It's the leftists that always insult you, right?
No.
I think they insult you way more than MAGA.
No, that's not true. The leftists are the ones that call in and insult me. You'd be amazed at how many. You'd be amazed at how many MAGA use the N-word in the comments. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Monkey. Yeah, but you don't know if they're bots or what. Most of the people in the comments are usually.
I don't believe bots are calling me the N-word. I don't believe that. I mean, not only that, but then if they can't type it as one word, they'll type in N, the next I, G. I don't think that's bots. That's a human being.
Sorry.
I mean, yeah. And in the comments, Barris Davis, thank you for the support. Appreciate that, Barris. Thank you. So you mentioned something about my comment on NATO. I wanted to address it, but I forgot what you said. Oh, I said NATO would be quite formidable without America. You mentioned it, the lack of carriers.
Yeah. I mean, this is a freaking planet that's mostly ocean, and our power comes from our carriers, from our battleship groups.
How many carriers does Russia have or China have? They don't have a lot. I think China has 2, Russia has 1. They're superpowers.
We're stronger than them.
Huh?
I mean, our carriers is the reason, we're so strong.
But that's what I said. I said NATO without America, it wouldn't be number 1, but it would still be a very formidable power. They may be number 2 or 3. I mean, they don't need a carrier. I mean, there's a lot of nuclear nations in that. A lot of those nations they create their own fighter jets and high technology military equipment. That would be a very formidable force. NATO would, without America. Other than maybe China or Russia, who else could challenge all of those NATO countries and win? Other than the United States, I guess.
Yeah, I say India, maybe Pakistan.
You think how many carriers do you brought up carriers? How many carriers does Pakistan have?
Oh, I don't know.
Right.
But they're very close where they could attack each other because they're close enough in distance.
I think if India or Pakistan, which are rivals to themselves, attempted to fuck with NATO, all you got to do is side with the other country, and now you got an ally right next door to the other one. They right next door to each other. So if Pakistan decides to fuck with NATO, huh?
Honestly, I don't know how strong NATO's forces are. They do have jets and stuff, but I know they don't have any battleships or carriers. And that's really where
but most
beyond your own country.
Yeah, but most nations do not have a formidable navy. Yeah, China and Russia and America. That's about it. Outside of that, the navy of most nations is non-existent.
Sorry, someone was calling you.
Yeah.
What's up?
I said outside of America, most nations do not have a formidable navy. China has a little shit. Russia has a little shit. Outside of them three countries, America, China, and Russia, nobody else really has much of a navy. That's pretty much standard worldwide.
So much more powerful than most of them.
Huh?
I mean, if it wasn't for nukes, like they would be nobodies. Like
yeah, but the point I'm making is NATO as a unit would be very formidable. I mean, top 5 for sure. Top 5 nations on Earth, or the top 5 powerhouses on Earth, NATO would be in there. So I don't know why people think NATO would be so weak without America. They would be one of the top 5 powerhouses. Israel doesn't have much of a
really like top 5 is at this point. It's like having a list of 5 and saying they're top 5.
No,
I mean there's only 5 really powers that are at that level.
The point I'm making is nobody's going to fuck with all those countries. They would be NATO as a unit would be very competitive to Russia. I mean, nobody's going to mess with them. They would be fine. They would be fine in terms of security without America. I don't think America is safe.
Yes, it's a weird what if, you know?
Yeah.
It's a really weird what if.
Yeah, I don't think the American belief is that without America, all of these nations will just fall. I don't see it. I mean, in fact, the only time Europe came close to
like this, we secure their waters. That means all their commerce and shipping we protect.
Securing their waters from
us protecting their ships, Russia can just go out and fucking hit their supply line.
Securing their waters from who? You just agreed. Nobody has a navy. Securing their waters from who?
Well, no, Russia has a little bit of a navy.
You think they wouldn't?
Navy, even like you don't need it. You need a navy to protect the waters. But
you
say
think
you're going by Saudi Arabia, somebody the Houthis could fucking fire missiles at your ship.
all the money in NATO, all them wealthy countries. You think they couldn't go out and buy some fucking boats if the U.S. America would sell them decommissioned shit. I mean, they would get that stuff overnight.
Yeah, if they if they built a navy overnight, then you would be correct.
Yeah, they got that would be one of the wealthiest group of countries on the planet. They could get some of the shit you're talking about. We don't have.
Because they rely on Russia for oil. They rely on China for everything else.
I'm not saying that they can't I'm not saying that they can't still engage in trade with America or the Middle East. They can still buy just like Netanyahu of Israel. Netanyahu of Israel buys a ton of weapons from America. NATO can still buy our shit.
I guess I don't know. It's a weird what if, and this is not really my specialty.
I think it is Americans.
I'm just telling you what the weaknesses and strengths of most countries are.
I think it's an American superior. It's an American superiority crisis. America just feels like it's superior and nobody else can function without us. I think NATO would do just hell. If North Korea could survive without us, why can't NATO? Ain't nobody fucking with North Korea. They doing fine. Ain't nobody messing with them. And they don't have anywhere near the power of NATO.
Fine. They're surviving. We'll stop at that.
We're talking about security. We're not talking about eating. We're talking about security. Ain't nobody fucking with their security. They don't need boats to secure their waterway.
Live in a landfill. A landfill is secure because nobody wants to live in a landfill.
Like I said, NATO would be a powerhouse without the United States. The only people they would have to worry about probably are the United States.
We'll see. Like, I'd have to, go back to World War II to the last time they actually fought.
Yeah.
Like a real fight.
And it took it took one of their own countries to cause havoc. It was Germany causing all the havoc. I mean, just like right now, it's the United States threatening them. It takes one of their own to take them down.
America's not threatening them. They just want them to spend money on militaries and be more self-reliant. So we're not always doing everything for them.
So saying you're going to take Greenland whether they like it or not, that's not threatening.
No, because we just want it for our security. And if maybe they'll fucking step up and secure it so we don't have to. But why would they secure it? Because it doesn't really, Greenland is on our more of a, like, we need to secure it to protect America. I don't think they need to secure Greenland to protect Europe, especially since they could just secure Finland and secure, their northern. They have access to the Antarctic that we don't have access to, other than Alaska.
Okay, now according to you,
they got multiple countries that are on the Arctic.
According to you, according to what you just said, Trump threatening to take Greenland, whether they like it or not, is not a threat. That makes sense to you, right?
I mean, it's tough. I don't know, man. He's not trying to threaten them. He's just trying to tell them how we need it to defend everybody. I mean, they've already given us the job of defending all the waterways and defending everybody. And it's the piece that we need to do the job that they gave up and made us do. You know what I mean? It's like you give me a job to fucking paint your fence. And then you tell me, oh, you can't go into the backyard to paint my fence. You have to paint it without being in my backyard.
What is your definition of a threat? That's what's throwing me off. What do you? Somebody said they're going to take your house, whether you like it or not. That's not a threat to you. So give me your definition
of a house. It's more like the backyard. It's like you want me to defend your backyard, but it'll be easier for me if I owned it because I don't want to invest money fixing up your backyard when it's your backyard. But if I don't defend it, then you got Russia coming through your backyard to fucking attack you.
Are you cooking? What the fuck are you doing? Cooking spaghetti? Wait a minute.
I don't know, man. It's like we have to put money into Greenland to defend the Arctic from Russia and China, right?
Greenland is their home. You're threatening to take their home whether they like it or... Well, you're saying you're going to take their home whether you like it or not. And you're telling me that's not a threat.
We're not taking anybody's home. Those people are just going to be Americans overnight. It's kind of like Puerto Rico. When we took over Puerto Rico, we didn't take their homes away from them. The Puerto Ricans just became Americans.
We're not threatening. We're not taking your home. You just going to become Americans overnight.
But that's what's going to happen. How are we going to take their home? It's still going to be their home. They just become Americans like Puerto Ricans became Americans.
So making them become Americans against their will, no threat in that at all, huh?
I mean, to the people in Greenland, no. To fucking people in Denmark, yes. But as far as people in Greenland are concerned, they're just going to wake up and have a different passport. Other than that, really, there's not much difference.
Okay, so
more freedoms.
So in other words, if somebody came to this country and said it'll benefit us to just make us them overnight, there's no problem with that. That sounds good.
I mean, if they're rich as fuck and they want to bring in stuff to defend our country, and it's only like 57,000 of us, and it gives me access to an American passport. I mean, because you're American, so you don't realize how good an American passport is.
There's good and bad. I don't. Greenland passports are pretty fucking good. If you got any passport from any of the EU countries, that passport is really good.
It's a Danish passport, not a Greenland passport.
If you got,
they don't have their own anything.
If you got a Danish passport, that passport is going to probably be just as good, if not better, than an American passport. I would rather have some of those Western European passports than an American passport. Because they don't see you as a mark when you go to a lot of countries. I disagree with you on that.
I guess. I don't know, man.
I agree with that. I agree with that last part. For you to see...
I came over here to talk to you about grading Trump.
Well, once you said that the Greenlanders would just become Americans and that ain't no threat to them.
That's what would happen. What happened to the Puerto Ricans when we took over Puerto Rico?
If I don't have any say-so in you taking over my country and changing my country of origin, what you're doing is wrong. And certainly if I'm telling you I don't want you to do it ahead of time and you're saying we're going to do it whether you like it or not.
There's still going to be Greenlanders. Everything's in their life is going to be the same.
No, it's
They're
not.
Just gonna
No, it's
be
not.
Also Americans.
That's bullshit.
Just like the Puerto Ricans.
We have never taken over. That's bullshit. We have never taken over. We have never taken over a country and everything was going to be the same. If we take over your country, you're going to slowly start doing what the fuck we want you to do.
How about we ask the Puerto Ricans how they felt about it?
I'm sure they didn't. I can tell you one thing. Even the Hawaiians don't like it.
What do you mean Hawaiians like being American?
No, they don't.
Hawaiian.
No, they that's not true. That is absolute. The native Hawaiians, they don't favor the white man at all. I'm telling you, that is not true. The native Hawaiians do not like that.
It's not favoring the white man and being American are two different arguments.
American is the white man. Certainly back in the 1950s when they took over Hawaii, that is the white man. There was nobody, they didn't meet with any black diplomats when that shit happened. It is the white man. What are you talking about?
I guess, but they're still Hawaiian. They're American.
I'm just telling you, these countries.
Puerto Ricans are Puerto Ricans and American.
I'm just telling you, the people of Hawaii, the natives in Hawaii, do not. I've had what is her name? I got a guest that routinely calls in this Hawaiian, and she made it clear they don't like it. They don't like it. So yeah, I mean, I don't know where you're getting this from.
Not all of them.
Okay, all right. What else you want to talk about? What else you? Arshafan, yeah, that's who it is, Rod. What else you got?
Nothing. I mean, I got on here because your little thing says, tell us how we're doing. And up till now, every time you've asked me, how do I grade Trump? I've always graded him like a C. I think I can move him up to like a B- at this point.
What did you do for the upgrade?
Well, the fucking murder rate. 2025 had the lowest murder rate in like 100 years. Even like Chicago and New York, their murder rate. Chicago's murder rate is down by like 100 people, which is like 30%, which is crazy.
What do you?
I don't think they've ever seen that much a reduction in murder rate.
I mean, that's a good thing, but the murder rate was coming down under Biden. But let me ask you, what do you believe that President Trump has? What do you? Wait a minute. I'm going to give Trump credit because it's happening under his watch. But I do want to ask, what do you think Trump has done specifically to bring down crime in America?
Well, he's got the FBI actually doing their job. He's closed the border, and he just enforced the laws more. I mean, there's not really much more to it than that.
Yeah.
Whether
I don't think any of that stuff.
Believe he did it and committed less crime.
Yeah, I don't think any of that stuff is really happening to any significance in Illinois that you're talking about. I think that the crime rate was already trending down. Even if you look at the Biden years, crime was trending downward. It's just continued to drop.
Been this low. Listen, Biden years, it was going down from a record high because of they say it's because of COVID. I think it has to do with Biden too, but it was coming down from a record high because of CV-19 or whatever. But this is like record low back to 1965. It's never been this low. Like 1965.
I'm not arguing with the notion that crime is coming down significantly. I'm not questioning the fact that crime is coming down significantly. What I'm saying is Trump ain't doing a lot to affect crime in the inner cities. It ain't like he creating a whole bunch of jobs and all kinds of. It's trending downward. Period. I don't think it's got anything to do with Trump, but it's happening under his watch. So look, he has a right to take credit for it.
It's not just Chicago; it's everywhere. The whole country has 200-year low.
Yeah.
Chicago is only low back to 1965.
Yeah, but I don't think it has anything to do with what he's done over the last year. I mean, it was already trending down. I don't think he's done so much in the last year that is stopping homicides. I don't see anything in his agenda that would lead to that.
I mean, I see the FBI doing their job. I see everybody just doing their job.
What were they not doing what was the FBI not doing under Biden? And by the way, inner city crime is not normally an FBI thing.
Immigrants, that's for sure. We know, for one example, where Maryland, when he got caught with a bunch of immigrants in his car, instead of investigating him for human trafficking, they just let him go.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't. The FBI, who you keep bringing, they're not normally responsible for bringing down. The murder is a state crime, by the way. So I don't. Most of the crimes, purse snatchings and all that stuff, states crime. That stuff is state crimes. Drugs, the FBI can get involved, but I don't see where the FBI is going to be deeply responsible. I don't see where. I don't think so. I don't. In 1 year,
rhetoric matters. No. If you appear to be tough on crime, you're gonna give out that vibe, and people are gonna be more scared to commit crime because under you, they might actually get in trouble. Versus under Biden, they would just get out without paying bail, and
But you're not. But the problem is, murder is a state crime. So it don't matter how tough Trump gets on crime, he can't increase the state punishments for it. So he got nothing to do with the murder rate.
But it has nothing to do with increasing the punishment. It's just about just enforcing it, and people are more afraid.
The feds don't enforce that. That's a state crime.
The feds investigate murders, depending on the murder.
If I come to your house and shoot your ass right now, the feds ain't showing up.
It's not just that. It's just the overall, I don't want to use the word vibe, but it's pretty much the overall vibe of
vibe. That's what's happening. So
I know
the vibe.
You know what I mean?
He can't even control the. He can't even control the vibe.
And you don't even have to pay bail.
Vibe.
The next day. Now people are scared that if they do a crime, that they'll get charged.
He ain't even controlling the overall vibe of how they dealing with his own ICE agents in Minnesota. Yet somebody in a city like Philadelphia is getting the vibe. I think
Minnesota is probably the exception, but you know what? He should be arresting those fuckers. I don't know why he didn't.
How is Minnesota?
Alex, you'd be alive.
So
he'd be in jail.
So the vibe is working in places where he don't have a bunch of agents on the ground, but the place where he's up in your face, the vibe is fucking terrible, like in Minneapolis.
No, he's got agents everywhere. It's just Minneapolis specifically. He's got the governor and the mayor working against him, so they're giving out their own vibe of lawlessness. They're like, we only got 600 cops, so do whatever crime you want because we only got 600 cops and we can't enforce anything.
Yeah. Let me just say this. You sound like you're drunk. Let me just say this. I believe that when you're the coach of the team, even if you have nothing to do with the performance of the team, if they win a championship, you're going to wear a ring. If they lose, you may get fired and get blessed. So I do believe that as president, what happens under your watch, whether you got anything to do with it at all, you get the blame or credit for it. If crime is coming down under Trump's watch, then the time he was president, crime came down. I got to give him credit for it. But I don't believe President Trump has anything to do with it at all.
You don't think closing the border and just not letting everybody in affected the crime rate?
No, because I don't think they were most of the criminals. I think blacks are getting killed by blacks and whites are getting killed by whites. I don't think there's a whole bunch of Lincoln rallies out there.
Criminals, the crime rate would be zero. I didn't say the crime rate was zero. I said it was like 30% less.
I don't believe they commit 30% of the crime.
I don't know either, but whatever percentage they commit, we have that much less crime. And the fact that ICE is out
they're not all
wait.
The
ones that were committing
they're not all gone, MAGA. That makes no sense. They're not all. You're making it sound like Trump got all the illegals out, so their level of crime is gone. Most of them are still here.
At home, so maybe that's the other reason they're not committing as much crime because they're at home scared that they're going to get caught and deported.
There could be some validity to that. There absolutely could be some validity to that.
Guessing with you, so don't be like, oh, you said this and you're complete. I'm just guessing like you guess all the time. So
I will tell you, in Minnesota, I do believe that the typical state crimes that people commit, carjackings and all that stuff probably is down in Minnesota because there is so much law enforcement on the street that you don't even feel comfortable going to the store to buy some milk. So that type of crime probably is down in Minnesota, but due to the protests and the actions of ICE, other crimes are probably up because law enforcement crimes on the citizens, I'm assuming, have skyrocketed in Minnesota because ICE is committing all kinds of crimes against the people that their own police force probably were not committing anywhere near as much. So there are different types of crimes that are being committed. But I
guess, but it's not. It's a lot less people dying. So they killed 2, but there's 100 more alive.
Okay, so they're not dying, but their civil rights are getting violated, or they're getting beaten, or
no, that's bullshit, Tim. Their civil rights are not getting violated. They're not at home being all peaceful or at their work or whatever, and we're going up to them and violating their civil rights. They're coming. They're in the face of ICE, spitting on them, kicking them, yelling at them, whistling in their face. The whistle was meant to like warn people that ICE is there, right?
Right.
Why are they whistling in ICE's face? They should be whistling away from ICE so people could hear it and run away from ICE. But no, they're using the whistles against ICE. They're not using it to warn people that ICE is there. They're using it to whistle in ICE's ear and annoy them. That's what those two girls were doing. You know the two girls that they were shoving to the side?
Okay.
They were at the doors of the SUV, whistling their ass off, trying to annoy ICE.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of I think it's a matter of where you get your news, because there are plenty of episodes of people walking. Hold on, let me respond. Let me respond. There are plenty of people that are just walking down the street. People that are filming ICE and not in their face and they're There was one girl filming ICE, and the cop walks up to her and says, "You people ain't learned your lesson." This was after the death of Renee Nicole Good. She was just standing on the corner filming them. Guy walked up and snatched her phone from her. They are committing crimes. There's another guy that's standing by his garage, and they're
not all angels.
I said civil rights. You said that ain't happening. You said it ain't happening.
Look, they're not 100%.
I said civil rights. You said it ain't happening. Now you sound like you're backtracking.
Okay, so you got one example. Okay, I'm sorry. It's not 100%, but for the most part, it's not happening.
It's happening. You just don't accept it.
That somebody's phone got snatched.
You just
it's the first,
That's the first time you heard that, huh?
The first time.
Yeah, and there's videos there. Look, ICE has only been.
I don't know the whole story. For as far as you know, she might have been doing something.
Yeah, as far as you know, ICE is always good and the people are always bad.
No, I'm not saying that either. No.
You realize ICE has only been in Minneapolis like a month or two. The amount of videos showing them grabbing people because they don't like the accent, or talking about because we heard you speaking Spanish. That shit's all up. They only been there 2 months and they violated all them people's rights. You need to get online.
That shit's fucked up.
You need to get no. You started out by saying nobody's civil rights are being violated at all.
But not like what I'm imagining. Not like the 1960s.
2 months.
Not like
They've only been there 2 months, MAGA. It shouldn't be that much at all.
They're gonna get worse, I doubt they're gonna get worse.
Why? Why do you doubt it?
Because I really doubt it. Because they're fucking lawmen and they have 1,000 cameras pointed at them.
10 seconds ago, you were doubting that it happens at all.
It's not that I was doubting it.
You just said nobody's losing their civil rights.
I've always played this game with you. I know you love to play games.
No, there's no games. There's no game. We're actually taking your statements and questioning them. There's no games. This isn't Twister.
Games because you know what I mean, and you're misrepresenting what I mean as in, ICE is 100% perfect. I never said they were 100% perfect.
You did.
People's homes
I said people. No, you did say they're perfect. I said people's civil rights are being violated. You indicated that ain't happening.
And the fact that you think I said they were perfect is the problem we always have. Is the game you always play.
What would make you say that? Let me ask you this. What would make you say? Let me ask you this. What would make you say nobody's civil rights are being violated?
The fact that they're not hunting these people down and putting them in jail for being Americans and for hating ICE. They're only this civil rights shit that you're talking about is only people who are coming up to them and impeding their work.
That's not true.
But it is true.
No, it ain't. To me,
it's not 100% true.
I just told you. I just gave you a clear-cut example. I just gave you a clear-cut example of a girl that was standing on the corner filming them, and they walked up to her and fucked with her. And you responded by saying the shit you just did.
Examples of them going fuck with ICE. The fact that they're hunting ICE down, using Signal and other technology to find out where ICE is, and going to ICE and whistling in their face and harassing them.
I think
have way more examples of that than your one example that I've never actually seen.
I think the problem is you see the examples of people interfering with ICE. You ignore the examples of ICE doing shit to other people. You only see when they're being treated wrong. You don't see all of these people that are them going in people's houses without a warrant. I mentioned them trying to get into the Ecuadorian embassy the other day. That's a crime. You ignoring all that stuff.
Hey, we're talking about civil rights. We're not talking about,
now we're talking about breaking and entering. Now we're talking about breaking and entering.
Again, they have their own ICE warrants. As good, it's debatable how good the ICE warrants are, but that's a whole different argument for another day.
Yeah, my opinion is you support ICE to the level where you're going to excuse no matter what they do. You're either going to excuse it or overlook it. You're going to excuse it or overlook it.
The two big things that I've seen with Nicole and Alex, both of them, I think ICE was not. I don't think they were 100% right. I don't think they're 100% wrong. I think they're it's like an 80-20 thing where they were 80%. I mean, with Alex, it was like 80-20. They're 80% in the right, 20% they fucked up.
Okay, but the point I'm making is you see ICE as the good guys and the protesters as the bad guys. You are pretty much, just from our conversation we've had here, it's pretty clear you are going to resist any claims of ICE doing anything. I've been fighting with you every step of the way. You're slowly backtracking, but you started out with no civil rights at all violated. You are going to defend ICE.
The reason I'm on ICE's side is because these people are looking for ICE and harassing them. If ICE was doing the opposite, if they were going and looking for people that are anti-ICE, Americans that are anti-ICE and harassing them, then yeah, I would agree with you more. But I have more examples of these people going around.
It shouldn't be like that, though.
Nothing to do with ICE. Like what's his name? The guy with undercover videos was in Minnesota. They hunted him and all kinds of shit.
But it shouldn't be like that. When you're saying I got more examples of them messing with the cops than the cops mess. The cops should have zero. You shouldn't be.
No, the cops are human too.
No,
why should the cops have zero?
Because that's their job. They're supposed to be the good guys. If I'm giving you all
They're regular people like me and you, they should never have zero.
Then if they should never have zero, then why the hell would you start out by saying they're not violating anybody's civil rights? You're literally all over the place.
When I say that, I mean to the levels of what they were doing in the 1960s. Okay.
Why is that even coming up? We're not talking about the 19th. Why is that even coming up?
Use that as an example all the time.
Nobody's talking about the 19th. Why is that even coming up?
I mean, Michael brings up the 1960s.
You're not talking
to. They were doing this back then.
Mike is not in our conversation. It's not you and I are talking, not Mike.
I hear often on your show, on your channel. It's something that Dennis
listen.
And you sit there and agree with them and never push back on them.
I gotta move on. I don't know where you came with this conversation, but I'll leave it at that. You're always welcome back.
People are getting their civil rights violated like they used to back in the day.
Fair enough.
Where people were getting murdered.
I don't know why the 1960s is a litmus test, though. You shouldn't have to reach that level for it to be a conversation.
There was no civil rights back then, and people's civil rights were just fucking violated.
Okay, I don't know where that's going, but I'll leave it at that. All right, appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. I don't know why the 1960s is coming up. So if you don't violate people's civil rights as bad as they were doing in the 1960s, it's not. Why is that? Where's that the litmus test for? So now they got to be fire hosed and dog sicked on them before you start saying it's a conversation? MAGA reaction normally comes a little bit better than that. That was pretty bad. Anyway, let me go back to the box. The only laws that matter are love the Lord, your God, with all your mind, body, and soul, and love thy neighbor as thyself. None of this is with any love. No, it ain't with any love in mind. I agree with that. It's more with the opposite of love. Yeah, that was bad. Somebody said that was terrible. Yeah, some of the things he was saying, threatening to take Greenland is not a threat. Listen, I'm all in favor of a good debate. I'm certainly not always right. I get my ass kicked on debates all the time. But some folks come on, I'm going to counter just to counter. I'm going to look at the sky and tell you it's yellow because I know you're going to argue it's blue. That's a different type of debate. When you start saying you're not taking Greenland is not a threat to the people, probably should have ended the conversation at that point. But let me move it on. And thank you guys that are tapping the screen. I see there is another guy. Yikes, says Danny. Yeah, we get them. We get them all the time. MAGA did armed protests about wearing masks for fuck's sake. Yeah, I don't look. MAGA has a view of good for me, not for thee. I think that's apparent. When you look at the Trump administration claiming it's wrong to bring a firearm to a protest and inviting Kyle Rittenhouse to the White House. So obviously they view things differently when they do it versus when it's done by others. And there's a host of other examples like that. I mean, the protesters in Minnesota, they're not complying. They're fighting with cops. They're bringing weapons and all of this other. The January 6th protesters did all the same things. They didn't comply. They were battling with cops, hitting them with flags, bear spraying police. All that stuff's on video. Not to mention the amount of vandalism for January 6th was significantly greater than it is in Minnesota. They were breaking the windows and shitting in Nancy Pelosi's office and they did all kinds of stuff. They're patriots. The Minnesota protests, they're bad guys. So MAGA does have that opinion of good for me, not for thee. I mean, there's a lot of cases of that where I'm starting to see this. So go figure with that, but that is what's happening. Gerald MC says, Tim, you know that was peaceful. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. We have to obey a lawful command of any peace officer. The question is, what is lawful and what isn't? The Constitution is the ultimate law of the land. The problem is a lot of your peace officers don't know the Constitution as well. Stopping somebody because they have an accent, that's not constitutional. Or because they're standing in front of Home Depot, that's not constitutional. And law enforcement is actually doing that right now. Taking somebody's phone because they're filming, that's not constitutional. You have a legal right to film. None of that stuff's constitutional. And even though my last guest doesn't seem to think it's happening, despite all the videos all over TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and social media, that stuff's not constitutional. And it will come out. My belief is that, and I hate to compare ICE to the Gestapo because I don't think they're at that level. They could climb to that level, but I think it's wrong to compare them to the Gestapo right now. But I'm going to compare them from this standpoint. After World War II concluded, the Israelis, I think via the Mossad, they tracked down as many folks from the Nazi regime as they could find. That's going to happen with ICE if you get a liberal in office after Trump. A lot of them ICE agents that are wearing masks, they're going to find a lot of them folks because unlike what my last guest believes, they're committing crimes. They're committing crimes. A lot of them ICE agents are committing crimes in Minnesota. And here's one of the things I often hear. And I do, like I said, I do believe a liberal government is going to track a lot of them down and hold them accountable for some of that stuff. But here's one of the things I often hear. ICE is all over the country, in many cities. Why the hell is it so bad in Minnesota? As if it's something about the citizens of Minnesota that are just, resistant to following the law. Why is it so bad in Minnesota compared to other places? I got two reasons, and I'll tell you the notion that it's just bad citizens may not be it. Listen, as a citizen of Chicago, as somebody who's lived in Chicago, there's a lot of riffraff in Chicago. A lot of suburbs that surround Chicago. Each suburb has its own police force. There are suburbs where it is known that this suburb is not favorable to Chicago residents coming in it. Oak Park, for anybody who knows Chicago, Oak Park on the west side. It borders Chicago. When you go in that town, people get stopped and fucked with. They have a history of doing that. The point I'm making is you don't know what law enforcement is being told in each individual town. Some towns have a more strict agenda than other places. ICE went to Memphis. You're not hearing all this drama coming out of Memphis as you are out of Minnesota. Why is that? Perhaps the leadership that sent ICE to Memphis, the job is to get rid of these folks that are in this country illegally. Now, the president is friends with the governor. Don't come here and do any damn thing stupid. You got your $50,000 bonus. Mind your P's and Q's. Cross your T's, dot your I's. Don't fucking embarrass the department. These Tennesseans are good people. Just get out the undocumented and illegal folks. Do your job, collect the check, do the country proud. That may have been what's told in Memphis. In Minnesota, all of these fucking tree-hugging liberals, Somalis ripping us off. Anybody get in your fucking way, make an example out of them. Show them who's fucking boss. Point I'm making is you don't know what the agents in Minnesota were told versus the agents in other cities. There could be a different reason for why there's drama in Minnesota. Anybody get in your way or prevent you from doing your job, show them who the fuck is boss. This is Minnesota. Tim Walz was not very friendly to our president. Make sure they understand. Tennessee, different language. Just like I mentioned, the suburbs of Chicago, different suburbs are not as friendly to Chicago residents. So the idea that it's just got to be the citizens of Minnesota, no, you look at the videos coming out of Minnesota. You don't see those kind of videos coming out of other places where ICE is at. In Minnesota, New Orleans. You don't see the same type of videos coming out of New Orleans, Republican state. They went to Memphis. People in Memphis got cameras, same kind of video. There's tons of these videos coming out of Minnesota of cops doing bad shit, of cops beating people and escalating situations. There's a reason for that. So it ain't just bad citizens. My humble opinion, it's bad cops as well. It's bad cops as well. So you don't know what Bovino or even Tom Homan is telling the officers, look, got 2 assignments for you now that you don't signed up with ICE. We're sending agents to Memphis. We're sending agents to Minneapolis. Like I said, governor of Tennessee, he's a good guy. These Tennesseans are good people. We don't necessarily see the Minnesotans the same way, but we got a job to do in Minnesota as well. Which assignment do you want? You've already been told you need to act a certain way in Tennessee, and you don't have to act as much like that in Minnesota. You don't know what they've been told. That could have a lot to do with what's going on, rather, as opposed to just assuming all the people in Minnesota are bad and not working with law enforcement. Law enforcement may not be working with them either. Sanctuary cities are done in a couple more days. No, sanctuary cities will never be done because they were deemed constitutional by the Supreme Court. They'll never be done. They may face a lot of hell under the Trump administration, but they're not going to be done. Keep in mind, Holman, the border czar, is already talking about scaling things down in Minnesota. It's still a sanctuary city, but what they're doing there is really hurting the Trump administration. You got Republican politicians in Minnesota that are on record stating, I quit. As a Republican, our party has made it impossible for a Republican to win. You had a Republican politician quit and say that. Like, it's impossible for us to win now with what we're doing in this state. So they're scaling down because they realize the backlash from what they're doing. They're costing people their jobs. So I don't know about the idea that sanctuary cities are done. I think the way they did it was way too harsh, merciless, overboard. A lot of American citizens that should have no contact with ICE got caught up in it, and it's not because of my last caller saying they were all up in ICE's face. ICE is fucked with regular people. Didn't they drag some guy out of his house in his underwear and ended up having to let him go? They've actually flown people all the way to Louisiana and had to let them go in Louisiana because they found out they had no right to take. Because normally they catch you, they detain you, and they quickly send you to Louisiana or Houston or some of these other facilities. They've actually realized they had no right to detain someone. They don't fly you back home. They let you out in that area. They've let people out in Louisiana, American citizens. So, no, ICE is not necessarily doing as well as my last guest stated. Anyhow, folks, I appreciate the 150 foul You know how this program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We'll be here tomorrow as always. Feel free to follow the program if you're watching on Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube. Happen to be watching on Instagram, TikTok, or Facebook. Happen to be watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. And as the family Zoboy says, have a blessed day. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Take care. Thank you. And thank you folks on YouTube as well. I always get that tone from TikTok.